Hey there, fuckers. Guy, Proudly Radical. You know the deal. Oh, for those of you that work a standard work week, happy Friday. For those of us that exist outside the standard timeline, well, happy another random day. Let's see. No, I didn't hear about that premarital. Oh. I have heard about it, Angie. Here's my policy as far as that sort of stuff goes, Angie, or everybody. I don't invite myself to parties. Even if it's like open invitation, walk your own ass in through the front door, sign on the corner of the street sort of thing, I don't invite myself to parties. I accept invitations, but I don't invite myself. No worries either way. But yeah, that is very much how I feel about that sort of thing. It makes me feel awkward. Otherwise. So, just so everyone knows, if you do want to actually see Kai on some other thing, then yeah, you're gonna have to swing that invitation somehow, because I don't. It's just who I am. It's just who I am. Oh, hey Brooke. Hello everyone. There were already too many of you to give iterations to when I first walked in, but hey there G Mike, hey there Premarital, hey RV, hey Joe, Guillotine, Kaiser, Cassidy, Jenny, Shalashaska, Ace, of course, my beloved Ace, Mitre, Lupe, Premarital, Momo, Seller, Angie, Estrella. Have I caught up? I think I've caught up. Hey Gamma. Yeah, it's just how I roll. See you at the virtual sex toy party, bitch. Yeah, just cat. Yep. It's redeemable a couple of times. I mean, I think maybe 3 times within a single stream. Yeah. But y'all control that. I'm gonna actually put up a sound cue as well, something along the lines of, "Hey Ace, if you want to donate your voice, saying like 'shut the fuck up, Kai' or something along those lines," I can put that one on the roster as well. So I have a treat for you guys since you're all like core community sort of stuff. I have a new sound clip that I think you guys are going to absolutely adore. It isn't short, but it isn't that long. Let's just say, fair enough, Jenny. Let's just say we got a celebrity endorsement. And I guess with no further ado, here you go.
Ladies and gentlemen, Alex Jones here for Proudly Radical. Since I owe Kai a few favors from back in the old days. Shit, I probably shouldn't talk about that. Wait, why are you still recording? Fine, just be sure to edit it out. Anyways, as I was saying, this is Alex Jones, and I just wanted to teach the proletariat a few things about anarchism. Anarchism isn't about chaos. In fact, it's quite the opposite. Anarchism is about the people. It's about solidarity and mutual aid. It's about removing unjust authority and hierarchies. We should all be anarchists. The world would be a better place. Now, I'm going to apologize again to all those parents whose lives I ruined because I'm such a douchebag. Jones, out. All right, Kai, this has got to make us even for that incident you helped me out with.
Everyone, Alex Jones on behalf of Proudly Radical. That's one of my favorite things that I've had done in a while. A guy by the name of Mike Imburgia. He does impressions. And yeah, he does a pretty decent Alex Jones. So yeah. He'll do 50 words for $5. So that's about 150 words. It's a little short of that. But yeah, it was like $15 to get Alex Jones to promote anarchism. I'm in it. And to actually say he's a fucking douchebag for what he did to all those parents, then yeah. So I won't use it too liberally, so we make it special. But I may play that like once per stream for a while, or 2 or 3 times this first stream because more people need to hear it. Oh, I adore it. I do. Sleep well, Kaz. Sleep well. Take care of yourself. Make it a point tier. You know, that's, I can do that. Play audio. Where is my AV? I can do that live right now. Where it's, oh, that's only capable of OGG. I'm going to have to convert it. All right. I can do that. I can do that next stream. Yeah, I will turn that, I will turn that into a thank you, Corey. I'll turn that into a point redemption. And I'll have that for Monday. What do I think of Mikhail Bakunin? I mean, he's one of the grandfathers, right? I think that his arguments with Marx at the First International of things of legend. I think that he created a decent foundation of sort of not necessarily, well, I mean, Bakunin was sort of a revolutionary anarchist. I don't think he would go so far as to be qualified as an insurrectionary anarchist. But yeah, I mean, he's good old fashioned Eurocentric anarchist. I think that anarchism has come a long way since Bakunin. I think that there are many developments along the lines of, Stirner, Bookchin, Chomsky, Bellamar, that definitely take it into a different realm that Bakunin wouldn't have been able to see. Because, remember, Bakunin is very much like founding father territory, right? Like writing about things that could not have known the eras we would be entering. Hey, Memphis. So it's a perfect thing to use on the chuds. So take it all with sort of a grain of salt. Like use it as like foundational mathematics, right? That's how I feel about Kropotkin, Bakunin, that entire school of 1800s anarchists. Is you need to know it if you're gonna definitely count yourself amongst the ranks, but don't be afraid to modify it, even highly. Because, like I said, as Marx once said, it's akin to writing recipes for the cookshops of the future. It's not something you should do. So, yeah, that's sort of my feelings on Bakunin across the board, just generally speaking. Gravel made a rap video back in the day. Interesting. Oh, Dewey. Oh, hang on. Well, like I said, Angie, I don't invite myself to parties, but you're welcome to do it for me, I suppose.
Ladies and gentlemen,
okay,
Alex
sorry,
Jones.
I'm doing the conversion in the background. I started it. I couldn't help myself. What are you gonna say? The fucking IT guy thing in my brain. Did I put? Yeah, I did.
What kind of garbage is that? Oops, my anarchy symbol.
I don't know who gave that to me yesterday. There it is. Why is that? There we go. Cool. Give me 1 second. Give me 1 second. I'm adding a command now. Audio library. Great. And then I need to add a Twitch trigger, point redemption, and all right, there's the Twitch trigger. And let me create a point redemption for it, and we will be off to the races. Unity channel points. Channel points. Oh, we need an icon. Any ideas how much we want this to redeem for? Does anybody have a decent idea on that one? There we go. I got an emoji for it. 10K. Is that what we're thinking? I need document, canvas size, unlock that. There we go. 8. And what's the what are the emoji sizes? 28, 56, 112. 112, which is weird. Why it isn't 128, I don't know. No, and then Angry Jones 28, Angry Jones 56, and Angry Jones 112. We're gonna make him. Oh, we're gonna make him pink. We're gonna give him a pink for sure. Cooldown 10 minutes or 1. And did we agree? 10k, 10. Okay, so let's. You know what? Oops, that was one too many zeros. We'll do that for now. You know what? I'll drop it. Okay. Theoretically, that should be live. If you're on the web page, you might have to refresh it for it to go live for you. Yeah, it is live.
Ladies and gentlemen, Alex Jones here for Proudly Radical. Since I owe Kai a few favors from back in the old days. Shit, I probably shouldn't talk about that. Wait, why are you still recording? Fine. Just be sure to edit it out. Anyways, as I was saying, this is Alex Jones, and I just wanted to teach the proletariat a few things about anarchism. Anarchism isn't about chaos. In fact, it's quite the opposite. Anarchism is about the people. It's about solidarity and mutual aid. It's about removing unjust authority and hierarchies. We should all be anarchists. The world would be a better place. Now, I'm going to apologize again to all those parents whose lives I ruined because I'm such a douchebag. Jones, out. All right, Kai, this has got to make us even for that incident you helped me out with.
All right. Hey, Wither. We're just setting up some stream stuff. Hey, Jay-Z. I put it at 7,500 for now. We'll adjust the economy of it if we need to. And for the fellow streamers in chat, if you're wondering how that's done, like how the channel point redemption into some sort of your own backend system works, it's a piece of software called Leorin Board. I put the name in chat. It's a janky piece of software, but outside of like Crash's stream tool, which you have to pay for most of the features. Don't get me wrong, I love Crash, but Leorin Board is the sort of go-to for that. So yeah, if you want to know how to do it or you need any like instructions, by all means, let me know. You can fire off a whole bunch of stuff. It's even got its own sort of like scripting language. So there's a ton of stuff you can do with it. All right. So that's the AJ clip linked to points. Hello, Nathaniel. And we're slowly getting more of those. We got camera control. We got sound clips. You see the AJ option 3 times. I see it once on the app. I see it. Didn't mean to do that. Once in OBS. I see it once in the web panel. Yeah. So I don't know, maybe refresh. Yeah, and Antipodine sees it once as well. All right, it happens. Weirdo bug. Is what it is. Yeah, we'll have to, you know, as we grow the channel. This is, I mean, that's why I want to make partner, by the way, is I want to get you guys 50 emotes. That partners can have up to 50 emotes. And so I want to get the community, like, inbuilt into the app. No better Twitch TV stuff. 50 emotes. I think, you know, I know you guys would love that. We could have an emote for just about everything. All of the in-jokes, all of the sort of stuff we deal with. Yeah. And by the time we hit that mark, there's a high probability I'd be able to apply for auto upload. So we could have instant emotes. I wouldn't need approval for them. We could just, and there's an emote. Yeah, that's why I'm shooting for that. So yeah, encourage your people to be here and keep those averages up, I suppose. You know, we have to have an average of 75 viewers over 30 days. It's not an easy mark to make. It's an hour and a half. All right, duly noted. Thank you, Angie. Thank you. And yeah, Marxist, Bidenist, Hitlerist, communist emote. I don't even know what that... Dude, if you want to design that emote, Gamma, I'd use it. Oh, New Zealand's gorgeous with her. New Zealand's utterly gorgeous. Yeah, well, Cat, you motherfuckers need to get on that then. Get my name out there. I don't self-promote. Momo. Last I had heard, Seller, it was more China shooting for New Zealand. I know New Zealand had to pass legislation to cut down on the Chinese real estate investment that was happening there. They just buy up properties and land and keep it and let it sit there empty, and it was fucking up their the economy of their land, as it were. So I don't know about the tech bros, though. I mean, it's entirely possible. Yeah, Jacinda seems like decent people, Squid. Oh, anarcho-Muskism, where you replace South Africa with a series of apartheid emerald mining communities. So did everybody see the comparison that's going around? People are comparing Khalif Browder to what's her name? Riley Williams. woman who stole the Pelosi presentation laptop. If you don't know who Khalif Browder is, he was a 16. It was. You already know where this is headed. He was a 16-year-old black kid from New York who was accused of stealing a backpack. He didn't, by the way. They locked him up in Sing Sing for 3 years, 2 years of which was entirely in solitary confinement. The guards abused the shit out of him. The inmates abused the shit out of him and taught him how to kill himself, how to commit suicide in a cell. He was never charged. He never had any proper hearing. The prosecution kept delaying at weeks at a time. Like they'd literally let the clock run 1 week, and then they'd just week. Oh, we're not ready. Another week. We're not ready. Another week. They did this for 3 years. He tried to kill himself multiple times in jail. I think he tried to commit suicide 3 separate times in jail. After he got out, he was so traumatized that he ended up committing suicide on the outside. His name is Khalif Browder. Kalief Browder. Like I said, he was accused of stealing a backpack, which he didn't steal, by the way. And there's comparisons going around the internet right now comparing Khalif, who was locked up in Sing Sing, one of the most violent prison complexes in this nation, and kept there unlawfully for 3 entire years, 2 of which were in solitary confinement. Kalief, Khalif. And then there's Riley Williams, who stormed a Capitol building with a bunch of fucking nut jobs, broke into a sitting senator's office, and stole a laptop off their desk. She was released on bail to her mother with an anklet bracelet. Anybody want to guess what the differences are? Yeah. One is a black male, the other is a white female. Yeah. I mean, it's the same picture if you're delusional. She white as fuck. And also she is a she-ace. Because don't forget, we have to factor that in. Men have a disproportionate sentencing and mistreatment in the prison industrial complex compared to women as well. So it's not just that he's black, it's that he is a he and black, and she is a she and white. Yeah, that matters too. But yeah, he got fucked hard. And like I said, didn't steal the backpack. Yeah. And so yeah, there's been comparisons being kicked around. And yeah, if somebody posted Innocence? Yeah, Momo posted the Innocence Project. It is a horrific story to read about, but I pretty much caught you up on it. That, you know, yeah, 3 years without a trial. What would your reaction be if I can statistically prove to you that men have a disproportionate heavy sentencing rate compared to women? That divorced and separated from the rate of criminality amongst them, that they have a higher sentencing rate or a heavier sentencing rate? For the exact same crime. There's a study by a law professor at University of Michigan by the name of Sonia Starr who looked into it in depth. And did show, utilizing the federal Department of Corrections own numbers, that there is a gender disparity in criminal cases. So, if a man commits a crime, the exact same crime, in the exact same area, in the exact same way that a woman commits that crime, the man is statistically more likely to receive a longer prison sentence than the woman is. And this has been fairly common. And I mean, people who are in sociology and psychology, such as Ace, can attest to this as well. This is a fairly well-known phenomenon. It is true. And it extends past the U.S. as well. Yeah. Is it wrong that somebody commits the exact same crime as somebody else and gets a longer prison sentence? Yes. Yes, that's wrong. Why? I can't explain to you why you should think that's wrong. Like, you should automatically know that that is wrong. Oh, it really was! Premarital called it right before they put it in. Premarital literally fucking... Oh, thunder. It may be raining here. It is thundering outside. Oh, lovely. I may have to open the door just so I can catch some rain. Credit to Premarital for nailing that one right before. Me as a sterile woman. I see this as an absolute win. Interesting, Joe. It's why I'm afraid of panels, quite frankly. Hang on. Just give me 1 sec. Oh. It's raining, guys. I'm gonna... Oh, it's raining. I'm gonna leave one earbud out so I can hear the rain. You have to understand, for us in this part of the world, it's, you know, we get rain a couple of days a year. It's been raining here since yesterday. Where is here, Cassidy? Forgive me if I don't remember. I live in the desert, Wither. Rain is a special occasion for us. Oh, Louisiana. You pluviophile. Yes, I do love rainy days. What do I think of Biden? I think he's a fucking conservative, masquerading around in the same clothes that all of the Democrats wear as pseudo progressives. You know, yeah, he's a fucking conservative. Anybody who, you know, lives abroad looks at Biden and goes, yeah, if he were here, he'd be a member of the right-wing party. Portland Rain Gang. Fuck y'all. I love rainy days. I really do. And I live in a place that gets 3 of them a year. I wish they could, Jose. Actually, hang on. Let me trade those. I wish they could. I wish they could, but I wish they would. Because yeah, you know, under like gender equality and stuff like that, it would be super useful if they would come out and defend. But hey. As a true rebel, I go out on rainy days without a jacket. No? Well, thank you, Comet. I would hope most would, but I've been around long enough to know that that's not a guarantee. Oh, Angie, I don't even know what to say to that shit. I wish I could, Cat, but this style of microphone would never pick it up. Good. All right, cool. You can hear it? Then I'll leave it. I'll drive it up a little bit more. There we go. Oh, I bet. Yeah, it's the not rain proper. That's the runoff from the roof. Yeah, that one. That part's louder. Either way, I will let that go. Okay, so David is 8. Does that mean that the men, because remember, contextualize this. You guys have abstracted that argument to the point where you've missed the point entirely. So babies need mother's hormones more in the first few weeks than the father's attention, right? Does that mean the men should receive a harsher sentence in the prison industrial complex? I mean, because remember, that's what we're talking about. There is multiple studies on a global scale. I know Australia did one of the preeminent studies on this. I mean, men get fucked in this regard. Jenny. Jose, we need to link up. That's the issue on the that's the issue on the prison issue. We need a link from prison to feminist movement. I don't think that the feminist movement is aware that they of this. They might know, but I would just give that movement a buzz. But that's what I think we need to do. All right, Jose, who in chat has the number to the feminist movement? Does anybody have like the president of the feminists' phone number? We need to make a phone call. Yeah, I'm with Kat on that one. I do think it's outlived its usefulness. Calling them right now. Sweet. Seahawk, let me know how that phone call goes. Patrona. I'm going to search that phone number. What is that phone number? Half-ass metal. a welder. It's a welder. In fact, to Nathaniel, per one right-wing streamer who bad faith rated us one day, and their chat, apparently I am the head of Antifa. I was field promoted during that stream, so I suppose, yeah, I do. I have my own phone number. Yeah. I lost their number at the last Reptilian Overlords for Antifa convention. I know it's an analogy, Jose, but I wanted to have some fun. No, you can keep that one premarital. Do you hear the sirens? As soon as water hits the ground in this town, people start losing their fucking minds and just start skidding off roads and crashing into random shit. It is astounding. When it rains, it is safest not to be on the roads in Las Vegas. People are absolutely... There's two styles of driving. They either slow down to like 25 miles an hour on the freeways, or they decide to do like 85 on the freeways. It's absolutely ridiculous here. Oh, we've had a few of them, actually, Nathaniel, but... You know, Wither, you don't know what a chud is. Interesting. Who wants to define chud? Usually a head up their ass, right wing, maybe alt-right, argues in bad faith, loves to use gamer words, definitely trolly. Seahawk Phoenix problems. Exactly. Brooke, they might as well be driving on ice. Based on how they drive here when there's even just a little bit of rain on the ground. Also, because because of like oil and rubber and that sort of stuff that gets layered on the roads, it doesn't get rinsed off that often. It doesn't get lifted up, and so the few times that it does rain here, what happens is our roads immediately become an oil slick. It is actually dangerous to be on the roads in Las Vegas when it rains, even the slightest. Yeah, I hate going out. Joking aside, another streamer was literally questioned by the feds as to the identity of the leader of Antifa. RV who? That's batshit insane. Yeah, Jenny, I should say the entire Southwest is that way. Cannibalistic humanoid underground dweller. Rick on Trollroids. Is he? Angie, RV, is he like shadow banned or something? God knows. There had to be enough fucking reports on his ass. Ooh, made this for Chuds in another stream. Chud Bucket! I like it. Hang on. I'll throw it on stream. Chud Bucket. Nice, Nathaniel. Good work. I don't know if they're an evolved form of trolls, whether they're like a subset or a subspecies of troll. Oh, cool. All right. I don't know who that is, but duly noted. Huh. All right. I just looked him up. Can we have as an emote? Chud is like if a troll had a baby with a MAGA. That actually works. Well, electoralism is distasteful, but you can get a decent amount done if you do down ticket voting. So I do recognize that, Jose. As far as the LWV, I don't really have any feelings about them, quite frankly. Wait. In this chat, David? Like, that number is way off if you're talking about who's kicking around in this chat. All right. You do you, Angie. Like, way off. By, like, yeah. Well, I don't know what you were stating. Like, fucking, what you were attempting to say that 99% of us are white guys. Who? Where? Because if you're talking about this chat, most assuredly not. Yeah. I mean, you're way off. Interesting. All right, it's sort of died down out there. That's pretty much what a desert rain is like, by the way. It's just sort of, and it's done. I need to know when the rapture is coming. I'm a New England prepper, you know. Fair enough. Fair enough. Angie, where in New England are you? Let's see. Hi, ladies. I'm white now, so it's with her. Hey guys, we all made it. We're all cis white hetero men now. I'm gonna modify your statement a little bit, Joe. Yeah. Sorry, bro. Like, I don't like the majority of my community is not what you described. Quite frankly, if I had to like demographic my community, like this community, our community, like I'm pretty sure like white cis hetero male is in the minority. Like, hey Gas. Yes, Lupe, we'll be distributing privilege cards later this stream. Thank you for following Cat Cat. Ace, do we all slap each other's ass and say good game now? Asking for a friend. That's what I understand how it works. I don't know. Yeah, exactly, premarital. Hermes Trismegistus for the win, Kaiser. It's been maybe 10 years since I read the Hermetic Corpus, but I have read it. As above, so below as above. Yeah. Oh, now you're just boring. Momo, Ace. Yeah. Oh, God. Troll harder, very low energy. Smaller streamer was telling me about how fucking weird his straight cis-het white male friends are when it comes to TMI about their sex lives. Told him just not to have straight friends and go from there. Dude, straight guys are the best friends. I have always hung out near exclusively with straight guys, with exception for with a couple of exceptions in high school. Honestly, they're amazing. They're so much easier. And the fact that they can like punch each other and like get over it in like 2 minutes, that's like a superpower to me. Yeah. Adore those dudes. But also, there's basically nothing gayer than a group of straight dudes hanging out together. Honestly. I have been to actual gay orgies that are less gay than a group of straight guys hanging out together. Super gay. Yeah. It's probably why with her, yes. Trolls are boring, though. You don't bring anything to the actual conversation. We like to engage in theory and dialectical exercise on this channel. We like to use actual rhetorical device. Chat is very identitarian tonight, says Kat. What are your actual political beliefs? What's your fucking name? David. How did Tam? How did Rules scare you? Was it the dedication to Lucifer? Because I know that freaks like people who are right wing and conservative and Christian. That definitely freaks them out when they it's the very beginning of the book. But yeah, how did how did it freak you out? And yes, you should reread it. I was a conservative. Okay. Yeah. Well, I mean, you have to understand, Alinsky was doing he was teaching how to community organize for the Catholic Church as well, the Chicago Catholic Diocese. All right, Momo. So, I mean, I don't understand how conservatives are so freaked out by him. But yeah. Yeah, the Chicago Diocese used to send their graduating classes over to Alinsky to teach them how to community organize. He was so effective at it. Not just the Chicago diocese either. Other dioceses would send him, but Chicago had a direct line to him. Don't we have an emote for that? Oh, no. We have, there's a BTTV emote for that. If you happen to use BTTV, there is a channel emote for that. Oh, and I didn't see what a response was. I can't describe them with just with any ism. Maybe ask a topic. No, Miles. It's about shared responsibility. Hey, cool boy. That's why it classifies all cops. It's judges, it's prosecutors, it's police, it's COs, it's wardens. There's a shared responsibility by participating within that system, and especially within the frontline version of it, in which there are so many rampant bad apples, and yet we've seen what happens when an actually good cop reports them. They get drummed out, they get doxxed, they get threatened, they even have to move out of state or out of country as a result of it. I know one woman, was it Illinois? She ended up having to move her family out of country because it got so bad. Yeah, it's that tacit support, or active support in many cases, of a corrupt, coercive, exploitative criminal system, and the participation thereof. There's degrees of participation that, things like there's no such thing as ethical consumption under capitalism, and you recognize that. But then there's the sort of okay, so we're all kind of trapped in this to one degree or another, but you don't have to go and make it actively worse by becoming a cop. So, yeah, it's that sort of statement. Is JBP fucking Kermit the Frog? Is that Peterson? Is that who that is supposed to be? Am I following that conversation right? Or correctly, I should say. It is. Okay. All right, so it's Kermit. All right, got it. All right. Some of the thoughts on Lacan. I'm not very read up on Lacan, but I do know what Chomsky said about him. Like, that he was a, what was it, perfectly amusing and self-conscious charlatan. I know, like, whole cloth, Lacan has been discounted by many people within the field. Ace, do you have any thoughts on Lacan? Because I know, like, he has been widely derided and dismissed as sort of this like pseudo-scientific hack to some degree or another. And just having studied Chomsky, I'm familiar with, I'm pretty sure, a perfectly amusing and self-conscious charlatan. I think that's what he said about Lacan. But he was this sort of, even though Lacan, Chomsky, and Zizek disagree. Of course they disagree. I'm convinced Zizek decides his opinion based on what Chomsky's opinion is. I'm starting to sincerely believe that like Zizek's entire career is just reading Chomsky and being like, what's the opposite of that? That's my opinion. Sincerely, I'm starting to come to that conclusion with Zizek, is that's how he arrives at his opinions, is just whatever is antithetical to Chomsky. It's Cat. I was about to say, it's just so fucking weird, because Zizek is a weird dude. All right, caught you up there. Oh, okay, there's the Stanford file on Lacan. The Stanford has some great libraries on stuff. They really do. Ah. All right. I'm a Christian communist and a Christian anarchist, interested but not really fully into still browsing in Christian anarchism. There's a long and storied history of Christian communes and proto-anarchists within Christianity. I know St. Francis of Assisi is claimed as sort of a proto-anarchist of sorts. Of course, what the church did with the Franciscan monasteries definitely goes to show what an organized religion can do with one individual's teachings. They turned a hierarchical eschewing of riches, living simply, living as equals into this strict hierarchical, materialistic, fucking, monastic style of life. It's, sure, they eschew material goods for themselves, but the monasteries sure are doing just fine, aren't they? Yeah. But that's interesting that you are into that, Jose. That's fucking cool. David US. You should look into it. Like I said, there's a long storied history of Christian communes in the world. It's a pretty common thing. When monasteries do well, most of it flows upward. It doesn't stay in the monastery. It's not like communal benefit. Most of it just flows upward into the organized religion. That's all. Like most organized religions, it's a fucking pyramid scheme. How would an anarchist society handle another pandemic? A lot better than this. How would it be able to enforce public safety measures and combat harmful disinformation? Clearly the authoritarian left is the way. Fucking Kodo dark mode emote. There would be an organized, distributed network style response to it immediately. There would be, if there was active disinformation that took hold within particular communities, those communities would be quickly shut off due to the voluntary free association that exists between the federated groups of active communities within an anarchist style system. Those links would immediately be dropped, and so you would very quickly cut them off unless they behaved. They would be seen as an active threat, violating the NAP to a certain degree or another. As for, how society would handle it, production for PPE would have immediately ramped up across the board. Distribution would have been more fair and equitable. There wouldn't have been the capitalistic market runs on things like that. On things like toilet paper and masks and whatnot. So yeah, it definitely would have been a more sane response, shall we put it. Nathaniel, random question. What did you think about Foucault? Not a whole lot. I mean, he's heavy into like ontological sort of stuff. I mean, that's how I sort of know him, is like, from ontology, basically. I don't really have an opinion on Foucault. I haven't read enough Foucault to be able to state equivocally one way or the other for how I feel about him. He always comes up as like scientific means of social control and ontological explanations for things. So that's sort of where I experience Foucault. But he studied like asylums and power structures. Like, I know he looked at like an optimal prison that somebody designed, and he was heavy into power structures and sort of like the normalization of judgmental hierarchies. It's sincerely not in line with many of my beliefs, so I've never felt a need to go deeper into Foucault. I know he was heavy into subjectivity as well. And so, like, what was it? Self-constituting subjectivity or something along those lines. Yeah. Like I said, I couldn't discuss Foucault at depth. I always encounter him as a cross-reference to something else somebody has said. Where are you from, David? Okay. Czech Republic. Mega churches. Gamma guessed Poland. Interesting. Nathaniel and I learned what ontological means today. Yeah. Did you learn what deontological means today as well, Nathaniel? Hey, Barley. You want to live like Christ and have his version of justice, Jose. Common sense, Kodo. Common sense. You could easily establish some sort of central mechanism. It doesn't have to be authoritarian in nature. You could easily have a reference system that is voluntary. Fuck off. And based on, just rudimentary tracking techniques, because of that free association and federation within networks, if a series of nodal connections between nodal entities starts popping off as positive vectors, then what you do is you would essentially triangulate where that is coming from, and you would be able to isolate that fairly quickly. Quickly enough for something like the spread of Ebola, maybe not, but we'd have to discuss. But, given zero-day virus spread within distributed network structures, it can be contained as long as there isn't a purposely malicious actor. And in the case of a purposely malicious actor, you can have some sort of reactionary squad for that sort of thing. Given that the fact that it would be a violation of the NAP, you could roll out assets that are otherwise at the community disposal, something along the lines of, a militia or the version of the CDC under an anarchist society that you would have, because you would still have to have that sort of entity that tracks and, keeps account for that sort of thing. Wither, does anarchism care about the size of its communities? Not really. I know as far as indigenous communities go, they hit millions of population. They operated just fine using direct democracy and federated anarchism. So, no, not really. Acts 4:34. Let's go with that there were no needy persons among them. From time to time, those who owned land or houses sold them, brought the money from the sales, and put it at the apostles' feet, and it was distributed to anyone who was in need. I try, Wither. There's only so much. There's only so much in the day, though, that, there's only so much room, but I try. Super capitalism. I already forget who that was, but yeah, I remember super capitalist guy. Do I think if Foucault wasn't gay, his teachings would be any different? Do I think that you would have a different opinion if you were a woman, an indigenous woman from South America, David? Yeah, probably. A person's perspective is writ in their experiences. It's happened before, Wither. Would a society be able to disentangle itself from whatever economic system it has entirely? Entirely? Yeah, it has happened before. It usually happens in situations of turmoil, though, to be perfectly honest. That's fucking weird. I have the transcript for that right here, Gas. I just pulled the transcript. God damn it. Except Kodo, you're trying to map onto our current societal structure an anarchistic structure without doing any of the interim steps, right? This is why you're having such a hang up, Kodo, is that you're attempting to take an anarchistic style of operation and place it directly on top of our nation, our society as it stands right now, without having done any of the migratory steps. This is why you're having trouble getting there. Is you're like, why won't this fit? Because you're trying to cram a fucking square peg in a round hole. The interim steps between here and there would allow for a level of societal education, growth, evolution that would ultimately mitigate most of what you're talking about with the people doing it willingly and the common sense era or area of what you're speaking with vis-a-vis the USA. Because in that style of system, one, you would have mitigatory systems that would step in if necessary. Because remember, we talk about unjust hierarchies, but if you're going to be a plague carrier and willingly spread it to the rest of the community, you need segregating, right? Like you need isolating. And there are mechanisms that anarchists would use to that would put into place to do that. By force if necessary, because you are violating the NAP not only for an individual but for the entire community. And so they most assuredly would take care of that. But you're also skipping all of those educational steps, all of those transitionary steps where society starts to lose some of the hyper-individualism that is so ingrained and indoctrinated into the Western American psyche. And so, yeah, that's sort of, you're looking at 0 and trying to place 100 on top of it. And it doesn't work that way. You have to go from the 1 to 99 first. Jesus, we got paragraphs. We got paragraphs. Yeah, Squid, the Catholics claiming no matter what. That is... Interesting. Discussion of right to die going on in chat. And again, that's personal property issue. You either own your own body or you don't. It's your life. I would much prefer to try it. If it is a mental health problem, then you get the access to mental health resources that you need. But ultimately, at the end of the day, it is your life to do what you wish. And if you make that decision and in a sound frame of mind with decent reasoning behind it, then who are we to tell you how you either live or don't live? It's the height of arrogance for another human to tell a human that. Yeah, Oz, that there would be. There's automatically more trust. Trust is a big thing in hierarchies and distributed network topologies. It's trust is an actual technical term in IT. Two-way trust relationships and that sort of thing are literal technical areas of expertise and insight within IT. And yeah, there would be more trust. My name is Kai. Everybody in chat knows my name. My name is Kai. Yeah. So anyway, Oz. Yeah. No, for sure there would be. Cool boy. I absolutely love that phrasing. When my great-grandparents left everything behind before Hitler started doing Hitler things. You know, when Hitler started doing the whole Hitler thing. Thank you, Wither. Hey, Pictional. Governmental, like official governmental stuff is always too churchy, Barley. I feel you on that one. Can we knock that shit off? I thought we were supposed to have a secularized state, but no. Yeah, enough with the fucking Bible shit. Just knock that shit off. Although we did have like an atheist or an agnostic like swear in on something else recently. I forget. I think it was a woman. She swore in on something other than a biblical or a religious text. Her name was Kirsten Sinema, or Cinema. She's a Democrat from Arizona. She took the oath of office holding her hand on the copy of the Constitution rather than a religious text. Yeah. Do I think I have a soul? I use the term soul, David, but not in the way that you, as like a Christian believer, would use the word soul. Do I think that there's some sort of magic essence from an Abrahamic deity that has been breathed into the dirt to create the animus that is the animus that moves this being? No, I don't. Do I think that you can readily use the term soul as a substitute for the essence of your being, that the core of your personality, behavior, ethics, morality, the sum total of your conscious and unconscious mind, and the sum total of your actions and behaviors and patterns? Yeah, I think you can use that. Guyzok, where do you live that's actually a thing, and good on you for living there? Not really. Joe, I mean, not really. There's some Nalvani stuff. There's a couple of Nalvani stories. There's some Breonna Taylor stuff if we want to talk about it. Also a Democratic bill. Slovenia. Rock on. That's not how I think about it, and 90% of the Catholics, in my opinion. Well, then you're in disagreement with the church. The soul is the immortal, ethereal essence created by God Himself. So, what do you believe the soul to be, David? Oh, and by the way, I'm an ordained minister. We've actually got a couple of ordained ministers in this community. Have been since like 2003. My father almost ended up in the seminary instead of marrying my mother. Hashtag Team Ordained Days. Yeah. But, I mean... Yes, Wither. Oh, you would agree with my definition. Well, then you're in disagreement with your own church. One flew over the cuckoo's nest. Somebody get Nurse Ratchet in here. Thank you, cool boy. Thank you. There's a couple of really rough spots in that one that I'm not proud of, and I'm gonna keep a better eye on that in the future. I'm gonna be conscious of that. But yeah. Yeah, I think something was done. I do. But I wasn't as... I think progress was made, but I was unhappy with how the progress was made in a couple of different areas. And I often forget that not everyone is as good as compartmentalization as I tend to be. And so it gets a little hot and heated for some people. And I understand that. Don't get me wrong. It's not a criticism of that aspect. But to engage in my particular form of praxis and to engage in the dialectical exercises that we do on this channel, oftentimes not everybody is suited for that moment. So yeah, I do think that there was some good work done though, cool boy, and thank you. How would you describe yourself? A consequentialist, a utilitarian, or a rule utilitarian? I'm an egoist, rule utilitarian. Blah, blah, blah. I would describe myself as probably a rule utilitarian with a dash of consequentialist mixed in. I do think the outcome has to be weighed. I know, like, rule utilitarians are more concerned with the sort of the greatest good sort of scenario. But given the fact that I am okay with the process, we're gonna do a real litmus test here. This is gonna be a deep cut, and I'm only going to ever mention this maybe once on stream. Is anybody familiar? Do not tell me what it means. Just tell me if you're familiar with it. Is anybody familiar with propaganda of the deed? If you are, then you know what I'm talking about. So there's a little bit of consequentialist in my heart, for sure. I like to classify myself as a rule utilitarian, but the fact of the matter is that due to that area of belief, yeah, I have to consider myself at least mildly consequentialist in some regard. I do think that the ends may justify the means if you balance them correctly in certain situations, right? Like, yeah, I think there's some calculus to be done there. Yeah, cool boy. I know. Thank you though. What is Cassie? So what you're saying is when I fell asleep, I missed a good one. Yeah, it was a good one. There was progress made for a specific individual, Cassidy. Like there was engagement, not the type of engagement that I necessarily would be the most proud of, but it worked. It worked. Scroll up. Lord Kane, scroll up a little bit. By the way, your book is going in the mail on Monday. Scroll up a few lines and you will see an entry by Pretzel Rocks. The song is Divine by Kuja, I believe. But the songs get pumped into chat. Take care of yourself, Squid. No Wither, but definitely made gains. Made gains. Let's just put it that way. The average for the... Sorry, I am that guy. Mitre, you still around? Fucking... Yeah. Because I'm shooting for partner, because I'm aiming for partner, fucking, I'm, you know, mildly obsessed with viewer counts right now. And the average is going to be low on this stream as a result. So it is something that's in the back of my head. Yeah, an hour and a half. We've been holding in the 50s this entire time. There's no way to drag this up to 75 for this stream. What do you think about child labor? And hey there, artist. Child labor in a capitalistic model is problematic, to say the very least. I don't think... Let me check. No, Curio's not on right now. Wait, I have a message. I have something I need to... Oh, okay. Yeah, Pops, chores at home is fine. Hey, artist. 16, I would be fine with. 15 with parental permission, I would be fine with. Anything lower than that, outside of maybe a family business, outside of maybe like, you know, what the family does. No. If you've got a 12-year-old working at your factory, we got problems. We got problems. Fish jelly. What are your thoughts on gay marriage? Are you ready? Are you ready? Strap in. No. But wait. I'm not for marriage either. I don't think marriage should be a legal institution. I don't think the government should have any say in it. Whether you are gay, straight, trans, I don't really give a shit. Marriage should not be a legal institution. Ace. And Brooke, I love it when people ask you about marriage. It's one of my favorite topics to hear you talk about. Should I use somebody should have told me that 41 years ago, says Pops. If you want to hold the cherry stem between your ass cheeks and hop over the broomstick and like run around the church 3 times and poof, you're married. Like if you want to have that form of marriage as some sort of like social construct, I'm not going to take it away from you. I don't give a shit. But as far as the governmental involvement into the legal institution that is marriage as we have come to understand it, no, that's bullshit. I used an old Stanhope line for this. Just for a second. If marriage never existed, right? Would you look at your partner and be like, baby, the shit that we've got is so fucking strong. It is so good. We've got to get the government in on this shit. Would you do that? No. It makes no sense. It makes literally no sense. How you contextualize it is the historical medieval fucking business arrangement that it was, recontextualized into a modern sense where it's not necessarily the families trading goods, but more the government who gets to, it's just all like internet gas, milk you for cash. Literally got married because of tax purposes. Exactly. If you want the like in this society, if you want the tax breaks, go incorporate. That seems to be the way. Fuck marriage. Yeah. Take care of yourself, Jose. Nice seeing you as well. Well, seeing. Take care of yourself, though. Ace. No, we're 905. We're this into everybody on this channel is well aware of the financial incentivization that goes along with it. Fister. I think Ace has a couple of kids you can have if that's what you're after, Fister. Catch you later. Take care of yourself. Brooke got married because she'd been with her husband for 10 years, and we'd honestly just thought that was the next step. Now we're like, it would have been cool if we didn't, but here we are. Not gonna get a divorce because we know more now. Not gonna get a divorce, just because we know more now. Fair enough. Too free to a good home, starter kit included, says Ace. Hard to say what if we all marry each other. Yeah. Actually, the largest polygamous community is not in Utah. It's in Arizona. It's in a place called Colorado City. I know. It's like a branch of Mormons that aren't in Utah, in Arizona, in a place called Colorado City. But yeah, they have a deep polygamous community going on there. I think it's the fundamentalist Mormon, fundamentalist Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, I believe, is the name for that one. Wait, what was that? Oops. Hello. Interesting. No, because it's not, well, they only have one marriage, right? Like, they have dozens of marriages, but they only have one legal one usually, because you can't be a polygamist in the United States. It's illegal. Oh, Fister, it's not, in the words of like Kathleen Madigan, it's never a dude who wants like 40-something wives, right? Or 30-something wives. It always seems to be some creepy fucking old dude who wants to marry 12 and 15-year-olds. It's always fucked. Yeah, I'm fine with polygamy if it's, a bunch of 30-year-olds who want to get married. Who gives a shit? I don't give a shit. But it inevitably it seems to be that sort of like, why are you pumping out kids and then marrying them off when they're 10? What's that about? Oh, you're running a cult. That's right. That's what it's about. My husband and I were together for years prior to getting married and already had kids. It was a business decision, honestly. I didn't take his name, though. Good on you, Jenny. And yeah, that's what it seems to be. Irish Swede. Yeah, that's a common law marriage. Oh, and hi, everyone. Hi, Swede. Spiritual marriage. Cassidy and my partner and I have been together for 13 years. Yeah, many child brides. I got you minus the wife part. Yep, exactly. Jenny and Cassidy, it's... It does. It comes down to a final... 2 husbands for 1 wife save the... Thought experiment. 2 husbands for 1 wife save the world. Can we just have 3 husbands? Just saying. Girls are icky and all of that. I'm sure there's a fair few of you that'd be okay with that arrangement too. So the word you're looking for is polyandry. The opposite of polygamy is polyandry. Polygamy is the male version of it. Polyandry is the female version of it, where there's a primary wife and multiple husbands. For those of you that are struggling on that one, because polygamy is a gendered concept. But yeah, polyandry is the word you want. Oh, I didn't mean to do that. Sorry, Ace. It just slipped under my fucking finger. Did already, but if there's a court battle and a judge decides another way, marriage ensures your partner is a decision maker. Usually. Yeah, usually. Healthcare for all stops in marriages. That is true. I can spell today. Jesus Christ. Your sister married for healthcare. Do any anarchist societies exist right now? A society is a group of individuals involved in persistent social interactions. So if you're looking for a society the size of the US, no. If you're looking for a society the size of, you know, smaller communities, then yeah, there's tons of them all over the globe. But yeah, it all just depends on how you're utilizing that word. What is the size of the society that you're looking for? Yeah. Actually, Ace. It's because of the other half. Take care of yourself, Barley. That's the other reason I would marry my partner. He works for a tribe and they don't recognize partners for insurance. Rojava. Approximately 2 million people. It's in northern, like northeastern Syria. Rojava. I know that Turkey is at war in that region, though. Turkish-backed Syrian rebels are also there. You probably don't want to go there. It is an active area of fighting. But Rojava would definitely meet your qualification for that, Wither King. It's an autonomous region that follows anarchistic principles, direct democracy, secular society, decentralization, gender equality. It's environmental or ecological sustainability. Yeah, it is, but it's a contested area, and Turkey wants it. and so you probably don't want to go there. But like I said, it's an area. Try and find their size. It's about 19,000 square miles with about 2 million people in it. Also an area of turmoil. Chiapas, the EZLN, which would be what because it's the Zapatista Army of National Liberation, right? I think I have that correct. My Spanish flip it to English. So yeah, I think that would be the Zapatistas. I gotta bow out. I'm kind of triggered by a personal thing. One adrenaline dump after another. Take care of yourself, Joe. Find a way to relax. Aww. Well, the Zapatistas are, I mean, anarchistic in their operation, Kaiser. So that most assuredly is, you know, a qualifier. I mean, they are, you know, they're like neo-Zapatistas in that area, right? Like, they're anti-capitalist, they're anti-imperialist, they're anti-globalization, and they're autonomous operation. I think they, like, these days they don't claim, like, anarchistic principles. They claim something like libsoc. But, yeah. Yep, this is going to be another low number stream. Fucking A. So, Mr. Lampa, do you want to talk about it? Do you want to get it off your chest? One mod leaves, another mod comes. It's like God opened a door. Of course he is.
The fact is, the House will deliver the article of impeachment to the Senate. The Senate...
Of course he is. Dude, Neobuthus, I knew who you were talking about as soon as you said it. Like... Libertarian Marxism, interesting. Still there, Lampa? Or did you check out? It's okay. We're friendly. It's just somebody we keep an eye on. Oh, no. It was a clip that was being played on another channel that I temporarily unmuted. That was a clip with fucking Schumer talking, but it's not about Schumer. Trust me, we don't give a shit about whatever Schumer was talking about. Swede. I love Irish Swede. How do I feel about syndicalism? I advocate for it. I think it's a very useful a very useful half step. I know somebody on Twitter that I conversed with momentarily, not at any length, that actually went to Rojava, depending on your pronunciation, Rojava. You would identify as one. I advocate for it. I have an essay I wrote, seems like years ago now, about anarcho-syndicalism as a 101 perspective, talking about the, some of the core tenets of it. And I think it's an easily understandable and achievable. It's in chat right now. Sweet. Link is right above you. And I think it's an easily understandable and reachable set of ideologies and philosophies for Americans, especially. Like, whether they want to do it or not, I think it's something they can comprehend. And I think something like a full-blown ANCOM society is not something most Americans can comprehend at this time. But arguing for something like syndicalism, and especially an anarchistically spun version of syndicalism, is something that I do believe most Americans can grasp with little to no effort. Why can't the left handle dissent and differing opinions? We do all the time. Have you ever been around leftists? We have nothing but infighting and differences of opinions. The left has basically a giant pool of people that are constantly bickering over theory and types of praxis. So we do nothing but handle differing opinions from moment to moment. It is very much something that the left deals with on infighting in my leftist space? Cool boy. I've heard a few different theories on that one, and I may have a couple of different theories on it. Swede. I personally think that on the right, it is more authoritarian. There is very little, like, when we deal with people on the right, we're not dealing, hey, Ninja, of course you did one, Ninja. No, it's X701D. Who is that? Oh, 701 Dirty. It's not a mirror image, right? Like, we're not usually, when we talk about the right, we're not dealing with, like, libertarian right. We're dealing with authoritarian right. Like, so it's diagonal up. And so generally speaking, when we're dealing with the right in this country, you're dealing with more authoritarian groups. And authoritarian groups have a more hierarchical structure to them, especially when dealing with implementing ideologies. Burkean origins of modern conservatism, finding their roots in monarchism and enjoying strong men and that sort of thing, lends itself to a more homogeneous ordering of beliefs and philosophies through the subgroup. Whereas when you're dealing with the left, it's very rare that you're dealing with like an authoritarian communist or an authoritarian socialist. Generally speaking, when you're dealing with the left in this country, you're dealing with the bottom left, which is more libertarian in nature and more fractured in their ideology. There's more individual sovereignty. And this lends itself to a wider spectrum of ideologies, beliefs, philosophies. But the fact of the matter is that you then have a whole bunch of differing opinions as well. My personal take. Like I said, I've seen a few. Burke is the bane. Burke is the bane of my existence as a professional economist. Wither. I mean, that's because that's what's going on there right now. Rojava is in conflict. That's what's happening in that area as we speak. So that's what you're gonna find. But yeah, here, let me try and help you out though. Here, let me try and help you out though. Here, let me try and help you out though. Here, let me try and help you out though. Here, let me try and help you out though. Here, let me try and help you out though. Here, let me try and help you out though. Here, let me try and help you out though. Here, let me try and help you out though. Here, let me try and help you out though. Here, let me try and help you out though. Here, let me try and help you out though. Here, let me try and help you out though. Here, let me try and help you out though. Here, let me try and help you out though. Here, let me try and help you out though. Here, let me try and help you out though. Here, let me try and help you out though. Here, let me try and help you out though. Here, let me try and help you out though. Here, let me try and help you out though. Here, let me try and help you out though. Here, let me try and help you out though. Here, let me try and help you out though. I'm not going to pick one out for you. But there you go, Wither. Yeah, we don't. If somebody wants to click that link from Bone Breaka, I'm not clicking a random link by somebody who's advocating a stolen election and that sort of shit. No, that's not it. Hey. Hey there, Buzzard. Oh, that's the wrong browser window. One sec. You can just secure browser window open. It forwards to a Google Drive. Hereistheproof.com forwards to a Google Drive. Here's the actual link it forwards to. There you go. All right. A broken link Google Drive figures. Thank you for the host, Jacob. And hey there, Jacob. Election fraud everywhere, from fake ballots being dropped off in the middle of the night to Dominion machines flipping votes on live television. Except literally, 60 court cases got thrown out over this, including Trump-appointed judges. Every time y'all took... Hey, Irish, you're not already following, but thank you for the follow. Every time y'all went to court, no proof. Every single time. We've got piles of proof, but every single time y'all turned up in court, no proof. If you consider the dialectical consequences of robo-dicks and why they would intrinsically help humanity, I think they would, Kat, 100%. Oh, there it is. Cool boy. Yeah, you know all that evidence was brought to multiple states' high courts, and not a single one would hear the case when shown this evidence. Hey, Sue. Pennsylvania court reviewed it in length, Buzzard. That's just a false statement. They didn't look at the evidence. They dismissed it from the jump. Were you there? Were you present in the courtroom? Were you in the judge's chambers? No. Were you? No. So, stalemate. Neither of us has empirical evidence. So what are you going to do? I say that the entire system is crap and that I'm an anarchist. And so ultimately, I don't have a vested interest in either of these candidates. But given that Trump is a fascist, or at least a proto-fascist, then I would prefer the non-fascist over the fascist. Now, that is taken with a grain of salt, as I often say that, you know, one is a 100% shit sandwich, one is a 95% shit sandwich. Yeah, sure, I'll take the 5%, but it's still a 95% shit sandwich. I'm not going to be happy about it. So it's not like I'm sitting here rooting Biden on. I don't give a shit about Joe Biden. Quite frankly, he's, as a neo-lib, he's probably going to get away with a lot of shit. Oh, Mythos. Dude, the Kurd thing pisses me off. The Kurds were some of the only moderate, like truly moderate Islamic group in the region, and we just fucked them over hugely. I wish we could do something to repair that relationship. I feel you on that one. The Kurds are, you know, decent people. They're good people. And fucking Trump administration just abandoned them. Ugh. Biden's the best moderate Republican the Democrats have elected since JFK. Solid, Swede. Solid. This is what, EDM? Let's do... I don't know, happy EDM maybe? Oh, I know. That's fair, Ozzy. Oz. Hable, you have to understand these people on the right legit think Biden is the fascist. That whole globalist takeover BS. So when you say I want the one that isn't fascist, they get confused. Oh, I know, Hable. I know. They don't even understand the baseline definition of fascism, and they conflate it with authoritarianism constantly, and then there's the whole Jewish question thing that often crops up in those conversations very quickly. Yeah, because you got Posada botted, Buzzard. You found one of the few leftist streams that doesn't utilize Posada bot. But anybody who utilizes PosadaBot, if you get on that ban list, you're banned. You're lucky you found my stream. We purposefully engage in a form of praxis that is more tolerant than many others. In an attempt to change minds, but it only goes so far. Jacob, type exclamation anarchism, or someone else can do it for you in chat who's more familiar, but there's a canned definition that I would espouse automatically. But today I feel like doing the command version of it. But that is verbatim what I would say. PosadaBot. It's a reference to Posadism. Posadabot, I believe, is PosadaBot's name. That's Posadism is a form of Trotskyism, if you're wondering where that term is derived from. It's essentially, they're a bunch of fucking, it's a cult within Trotskyism that has, let's just say, favorable views on nuclear war. Yeah. And so, yeah, PosadaBot is named for that. It's essentially a nuke. If you end up on PosadaBot's list, you're fucked in a whole bunch of places. I contribute to PosadaBot, but I don't utilize PosadaBot. Oh, should we play the Jones clip? Hey, Jacob.
Ladies and gentlemen, Alex Jones here for Proudly Radical. Since I owe Kai a few favors from back in the old days. Shit, I probably shouldn't talk about that. Wait, why are you still recording? Fine. Just be sure to edit it out. Anyways, as I was saying, this is Alex Jones, and I just wanted to teach the proletariat a few things about anarchism. Anarchism isn't about chaos. In fact, it's quite the opposite. Anarchism is about the people. It's about solidarity and mutual aid. It's about removing unjust authority and hierarchies. We should all be anarchists. The world would be a better place. Now, I'm going to apologize again to all those parents whose lives I ruined because I'm such a douchebag. Jones, out. All right, Kai, this has got to make us even for that incident you helped me out with.
Everyone, Alex Jones. What's the best bot, Twitch bot that works with Prism? I'm not familiar with Prism, and so I can't really speak on which bot works with it best. Yeah. I use a couple of different bots. Oz, I use Stream Elements. And I use MooBot for giveaways. I mean, nobody really cares about it, to be perfectly honest. Of course it's Oklahoma. Of course it's fucking Oklahoma. It's Oklahoma, yeah. Somebody asked something. Any thoughts on free healthcare? Healthcare should be a right. 100%. Healthcare, housing, food, water, a basic income, anything and everything that goes into contributing to not only a baseline subsistence life, but a thriving life. Education, higher education, all of these things should be contributed to by society and derived from society. Yes, you should have universal health care. Mental, dental, vision, physical, no qualifiers. Yeah. That is something society should be organizing, rather than just bombs and bullets. Because we always got bombs and bullet money, don't we? Always. Oh, they already are, Cat. The firearms industry receives a decent subsidy. They are. Yeah. He was the guy, the appointee that he fired to the National Labor Relations Board, Cool Boy, was the guy who broke the aircraft traffic controller strike back in the 80s for Reagan. The guy's infamous. I forget his name off the top of my head. But, no, I mean, like, universal free purchase firearm. Hey, let's do it. I mean, if we're not going to have any of the other stuff, we might as well do that, right, Kat? Yeah, I forget that guy's name. Peter Robb. Yeah, guy's name is Peter Robb. He was Trump's appointee to the National Labor Relations Board. And he's already gone back to work. Like, within moments, he's already gone back to work for huge corporations and known strike busters and stuff like that. Fired a couple of White House lawyers that were a major anti-union. Good start, but as my dad always says, we'll see, says the blind man to his deaf son. I see, says the blind man as he picked up his hammer and saw, ouch, son of a bitch. All right, maybe I don't. I'd love to see that. Cool Boy, I would love to see that. That's a step in the right direction towards syndicalism, and syndicalism, you can sort of pull back and sort of re-democratize the workplace and re-enable and reignite some of the, trade union relations in this country. And as I hammer all the time, the 1947 Taft-Hartley Act needs overturned. If there's anything you want, like if there's any one thing that you want to advocate for that would go a very long ways towards unionization, solidarity striking, wildcat striking, organizing in general across the board, it is the 1947 Taft-Hartley Act. That made all of that sort of stuff illegal at a federal level. This is part of how they cracked down on the air traffic controllers so effectively. Yeah, you can all trace it back to that position. So if we could sort of reunionize to that extent, it would be a beautiful thing. Oh, I'd agree. On the waterfront, how people were saying, wait, why do you have to pay for water? Yeah, I know, right? Sweet, I suffered an aortic dissection. That is not... That is not a very inexpensive, nor is it a flippant situation. I'm glad you recovered successfully. Open heart surgery immediately to repair and replace my aortic valve. Anyone want to guess what my hospital was? I'm in central U.S. You had an aortic dissection, open heart surgery, anesthesiologist. Central U.S. 375. $250. So I overshot. I'm not familiar with mid-country. 250,000. Yeah. That's, yeah, $250,000. I went high. I love these fucking numbers. I love some of these numbers. Holy shit. 2,600 bucks. Kane. Kodo 80,000. Still not even close enough. Yeah. That's pretty much what healthcare in this country looks like. Thank you for the follow, Call Me Catboy. If you don't like either Trump nor Biden, if you don't like neither Trump nor Biden, then who would you like to see in the White House? Nobody. Can we empty the White House, Jacob? Is that an option? I'm an anarchist. Canadian privilege showing. No, Kane. One. Y'all already did that. Mythos. I stream at 5:30 on Monday, Wednesdays, Fridays, my time, PM. And then Tuesday, Thursdays are 11:30 PM. So those would be probably early morning. Where are you, Mythos? Germany, 5 a.m. Yeah. So you would be better suited for the Tuesday, Thursday, which would be the Wednesday, Friday streams for you. Yeah. Go to bed. Go to bed. No worries. Take care of yourself. Self-care, best care. Yes, I know, Ace. That's what I was gonna say. I know, but remakes are popular right now. Oh, good night. Let's see. What are y'all? Hold on. Trying to track a conversation here. We do not need a theocracy, Jacob, which is what you're actively advocating for. Thank you, Mythos. Hey, Hable, for the sake of the uninformed and the ones that are asking themselves the question but not typing it, if we clear out the White House, who will run the country? I know the answer, but the others are wondering. The people! The people will run the country. Oh, it's been a while since I read Howard. Like 15, 20 years, something like that. It's on that order at least, Swede. Yeah. Oh, yeah, Lupe. I watched it once and it came up on my fucking recommended. What are they up to? I like to keep an eye on them too. Hello, Adia.
Intercepts message due to rogue operator embedded in tactical observation unit and takes out good guy by top-down invisible attack.
Oh, God. Oh, God. What are they up to? Who's been keeping an eye on them? What are they up to now? Would we redraw boundaries? I mean, you wouldn't redraw them. You just get rid of them, Kane. There's no fucking point. Artificial borders are just a stupid-ass human construct at this point. But how would the people come to a centralized agreed methods? The way federated anarchism works is that... Oh, you know what? Lord Kane. Hang on. Rather than doing this once again... I addressed the scope and scale issue in what's in chat now, in the link. But essentially the way federated anarchism works is it works from a bottom-up style of governance. Basically, the localities determine legislation for themselves. They determine the laws. They vote on it. And you can sort of have this sort of intersectionalist version of coordination. So you could have a different set of voting blocks, as it were, but you utilize direct democracy. You can have delegates, but ultimately the delegates only are an administrative function. They help move this legislation up through state, regional, federal levels. But ultimately, if it's going to be adopted by anybody else, they have to adopt it. And so it's this sort of bottom up rather than top down. So imagine if the voters of the country got to vote on the bill rather than senators. That's sort of how you're looking at it. So how do you agree? You agree. That's how you come to an agreement. And it's very difficult for people to understand how that can be even achieved if they haven't gone through something like a consensus decision-making process before. There are styles of decision-making that specifically called consensus decision-making that operates in a manner in which every single participant in the system gets a veto vote. And they're highly productive. People can't even fathom how a style of decision-making that allows every single person in it to have a full veto vote on the process could ever accomplish anything. But in fact, they're highly productive. And so you can go to consensusdecisionmaking.org and read a whole host of articles. Everybody from universities, military studies. It is a highly productive methodology for implementing decision-making. So there you go. So they were up to clone and hologram conspiracy stuff. Interesting. Guyzuk. Every single person has an innate right to self-defense. And in a world where firearms exist, firearms are the innate right to self-defense. It's that simple. Disarming the proletariat is by no means productive. Even Marx commented on this. No proper leftist actually agrees with disarming the proletariat. It is something that every single human being has a right to, is that innate self-defense. As gun owners on the right are prone to saying, when seconds count, the police are minutes away. That's just the truth. And so it just is. Unless you have a methodology for disarming the world. But I can point you to places that, they don't have firearms, but they have knives and acid. And people get stabbed and people get acid thrown in their face instead. For mass events, you just drive a vehicle through a crowd of people. It's more effective oftentimes than shooting, because oftentimes mass shooters are very untrained. So you can't make the world safe. You just can't. Wither, I mean, you can use my website. My website has essays, but it also has my entire VOD and podcast collection. So, yes, Yeah. Imagine getting splashed in the face with caustic or acidic substances. It's rough. Yeah. It doesn't really matter. If somebody wants to do harm, they will do harm. Firearms are just the easiest way in North America. That's all. Catboy. I'm an anarchist. I just shitpost in Destiny's chat, and I thought this name would annoy him more. Just thought I'd clarify that I'm only one part of the name. Hello, Mikey. Duly noted, Catboy. Welcome. Trailhead, when is the hot tub stream? Oh, God, maybe one day. Oy vey, Patronum. I just read the fucking what you put about what they were doing in that channel. Yeah, we're not believers in this part of the this part of the internet, Jacob. But we do have a couple of ordained ministers in these parts, including myself since 2003, I believe. Decently versed. I see the librarian. Decently versed in the Bible. Also decently versed in other religions. If I had to say, Islam is probably my weakest. But yeah. Taoism, interestingly enough, is probably my second strongest. But not a whole lot of believers. I like Jesus for the most part. He could have said more about slavery, but as sort of a mythos, as a narrative to construct certain belief systems by, you could choose worse. You could choose a lot worse. But Jesus was a socialist. Jesus was probably a communist, quite frankly. But at the very least, he was a socialist. I mean, there's already a speeding cost to our version of democracy, Kane. Look at fucking the 1,000 pieces of legislation that died. Bye, Brooke. Take care of yourself. Thanks for stopping by. Say hi to the hubby. Yeah, Kane, I mean, there's already a cost to... I mean, there's 1,000 pieces of legislation that died on McConnell's desk. That's not true, Gaziok. In fact, the FBI tracks those statistics. Knives are 5 times more deadly than guns. The mortality rate from handguns, long guns, and knife wounds are something that are tracked, but not only by the FBI, but also by the emergency room. What is it? The Journal of... Hang on, I can find it. The Journal of the American Journal of Emergency Medicine. There you go. We track these statistics Probably more accurately than Europe, because we actually have access to firearm statistics. Yeah, exactly, hey ball. Alright, let me try and catch up. I'm with you, Mikey. I'm with you. I'd rather have the fucking firearm than the acid splash, quite frankly. Am I gonna celebrate the first Corona-free Pride? I gotta tell you, I've long been an advocate for Pride not always being the message we want to send as a community. I think a few less assless dudes in chaps would probably go a long way for the cause. Yeah, let's just put it that way. But I'm looking forward to. No, I'm not going to celebrate the first Corona-free Pride. But there is a buddy who works in casinos, who works in the sports book that I have dearly missed hanging out with. He is, one of my closest real life friends. Yeah, it's a PR issue, not a message issue. Yeah, it's optics. It's optics. Who I've missed hanging out with. And so that's what I'm looking forward to, is when he and I can safely hang out again. And before you get any ideas, no, he's just one of my straight buddies. Swede, Swede, they would most likely use common resource pool, as far as economics and logistics go. As far as within resource distribution, they probably utilize something along the lines of common resource pools. So if you want to look up common resource pools, that will head you in the direction of what you want to read, or what you may want to read. I don't know. Yeah, Rye. Drop their name. Rye. The command is exclamation SO, which is the shout out command, Rye. Give him a shout out. For sure. Oh, Angie. Giving them a bucket of acid makes them more dangerous too, and that's exactly what y'all fucking do. Giving them the keys to a car makes crazy people and attackers and crazy people, as you so flippantly put, more dangerous. Life is dangerous. Just the way it goes. Yes, Jenny, they did say that. All American anarchists, maybe. Hey, Guyzok, Spain would like a word. The Ukraine would like a word. Japan would like a word. Korea would like a word. I don't think you're that familiar with anarchism and anarchists on a global scale either, to be quite frank. Because I think Nestor Makhno would definitely have a couple points of contention with you, seeing as he organized anarchist militias. Korean anarchists were armed separatists during the Korean conflict. The Spanish anarchists were armed to the teeth. Oh, I'm fully aware of all of the nuance that you removed from your blanket statement of all American anarchists, maybe. You're the one making absolutist statements, not myself. There are pacifist anarchists. There are nonviolent anarchists. There are non-organizational anarchists. There are non-insurrectionist anarchists. But I hate to break it to you, the history of anarchism is written in insurrectionary and revolutionary action. I mean, the labor movement alone from the 1880s to the 1920s is writ large with, shall we say, direct action. Both on the part of the anarchists and the communists and the socialists. Familiar with the Tao Te Ching. How do you feel that kind of methodology for perceiving change can give any useful insight into the world? I feel a bit too new agey to bring it up in most situations. Seller, so do I, quite frankly. Part of my belief system utilizes Taoism, the way, the light, the flow, yes. I think that there is a whole lot of truth with figuring out the sort of the flow of things, right? And it's the akin to it's the analogy of you paddle, if you're trying to get to shore, you paddle with the river rather than against the river. I think that unelectable. I think a good portion of what I attempt to do, especially when I engage with somebody on air, or I engage in the dialectical exercises that I do with somebody who joins me on air, oftentimes that's what I'm trying to do when I use that Socratic method, is figure out their Tao. What is their way? What is their flow? And rather than push against it so much, find a way to flow with it. And I utilize, not the sort of like the Taoist alchemical side of things, but definitely the Taoist philosophical side of things, because the alchemical side, of course, gets very weird, very woo-woo, as we would say. But yeah, Seller, I do appreciate the Taoist philosophies to a decent extent. Wait, that was a serious question. If Jesus is Christian. Jesus wasn't Christian. Jesus was a Jew. Mikey, they are amazing, but they're very woo-woo, and they're not applicable in this situation. Yes, I have been known to do them, Kane, from time to time. Yeah, for sure, woo-woo. Yeah. Don't get me wrong. I love a good Hermetic study. I love a good alchemical study. I love a good Taoist alchemical study. Like, I trust me, I can enjoy that sort of stuff. But, all right, let me try and catch up here. That's fair, Fable. Let's see. Oh, change my mouse resolution. There we go. Violent crime. Pull the stats. FBI. CDC. So we have a homicide rate of 0.005%. Yeah, 5.8 deaths per 100,000. Hey, thank you for the follow, April. And we're not actually the highest in the world. Not even... Jesus Christ. We are... number 94. I thought Jose left. You say lithium because there'd be so many competing interests in extraction and it's environmentally damaging, that it's excellent resource to use, high scarcity, high cost of exploitation. How does society choose with so many uses and competing interests? It would be interesting. And Swede, in those sorts of instances, I just quote Marx, don't attempt to write recipes for cookshops of the future. Many of these sorts of solutions we couldn't prescribe. We would have to actually do them. Yeah, hey, Jose. Disarm police, arm trans people. Just, sweet, I'm for just arm all. Disarm the police, arm everybody else. Oh, are we in peacetime? Guyzok, in an era where federal police are literally rounding people up off the streets, and we're in constant contention with the police on our streets, and the fact that people of color, indigenous communities, and trans people are being executed summarily by our government and our police system, is this peacetime? Interesting. Your definition of peace certainly looks a lot different than mine. Officially, oh well, if that's the official version, I'm sure Stalin had plenty of official versions of shit too. I'm sure Hitler had plenty of official versions of shit too. I mean, come on, you can't be that naive. Officially, well, if the government says it's so, then I'm sure we can all trust it. Revolution is not a singular incident. Per at least Marxian philosophy and numerous political scientists, Newman, off the top of my head, revolution is a protracted experience that is punctuated by moments of high activity, but it's a long and lasting societal process of societal change. It's not a singular incident. This mythologized meta-narrative that people on the left have come to adopt from the 1789 to 94 French Revolution as a singular incident of revolution is just false. Fuck if I know, Angie. Fuck if I know. I can't answer your question. Thank you, Jacob. Am I anti-Christ? No. I think Christ is great. He's anti-capitalist. He's socialist/communist in nature. He's definitely against the oligarchs. No, I'm not anti-Christ. I quite dig Christ. I've utilized Christ in a number of arguments and essays over the years, including on a full-blown anti-capitalist argument. I dig some of what he had to say. What people put pen to paper after, you know, this supposed person lived like many, many years after he supposedly lived. Mikey, it is. It is a poverty issue. It's a poverty and resource access issue, by and large. It's the same thing as number one corollary to crime, violent or otherwise, is poverty. Yeah. Now I'm just confused on how Christianity exists. A bunch of old white dudes. No, not even white dudes. Bunch of old Middle Eastern dudes fucking wrote some shit down to control a segment of the population, and voila. I can't answer that question, Estrella, reliably. Angie. Yes, duck fat is the superior fat. That is, I maintain that. What if theocracy, but it's liberation theology? Look, I'm as much as a fan of liberation theology as the next guy. I don't trust it. I don't trust organized religion. I don't trust theocrats to keep their fucking noses out of governance and keep it secularized. I don't trust it. I'm sorry, Kodo. But I mean, if we're gonna have a form of religiosity within society, I would much prefer it to be liberation theology, for sure. I wonder what the wife would say about Jesus being a socialist. Well, Pops, just pull out all of the anti-rich guy passages. Just pull out all of the owning property passages. Just pull out all of the passages about giving your wealth to the poor people rather than retaining it for yourself. Pull out all of the passages about healing the sick and clothing the naked and feeding the hungry and hydrating the dehydrated, wine for the masses. Jesus was about providing for everyone equally and was very much antithetical to a class-based society. He argued against it. He argued against it actively. And the telling of the cleansing of the temple, which is told from numerous books, is clearly an anti-capitalist tale. It's not just about money lending. It is about actual commerce. And Jesus forbade commerce in the area around the temple as well. And it is said that within a week of the cleansing of the temple, the final telling, because he did, according to the Bible, do it at least twice. That he, within a week of the second incident, he was... So clearly that didn't go over too well. Yeah, I've utilized that. I believe the essay was called "How to Piss Off Jesus," and it was an argument. It was an anti-capitalist argument that I was making, and I utilized the telling of the cleansing of the temple. Hello, Alpha. It's like Jewish Mormonism. What are the three main differences between libertarianism and anarchism? Social organization, mutual aid, solidarity networks, social welfare programs, versus the individualistic nature of libertarianism, and a belief that you can lift up society and empower the individual at the same time, and a balancing thereof. That the empowerment of the individual sovereign over on anarchism leads to a betterment of the society, whereas over on libertarianism, they are about the betterment of the individual sovereign over everything else. They don't care about the infringement upon the other individual necessarily, whereas in anarchism, it's a balancing act. I'm for empowering your freedoms and liberties, but no further than when they begin to infringe upon the freedoms and liberties of someone else. Whereas in libertarianism, they are about a maximizing of your individual freedoms and liberties. So there you go. There's some quick rundowns for you. Who has that? Funner. Alpha, there is only leftist anarchism. Well, there is post-left anarchism. There is no anarchism on the right. It's not a thing. It just isn't. ANCAPs are a misnomer. It's an inorganic, inauthentic, bad faith argument to provide political cover for somebody's shitty beliefs. Anarchism is about a collapsing down of hierarchical power structures and elimination of philosophical challenging of power and authority mechanisms throughout society, unjust power and authority mechanisms throughout society, whereas capitalism is inherently exploitative, inherently hierarchical, and inherently exploitative. It's literally, they are antithetical to one another. So, no. Thank you for the follow, Anarcho Pandas. Panda. Thank you for the follow, Ikbended. And thank you for the follow, Cute Pics of Faloozy. Faloozy. I shall call you Cute Pics. Hey, Bread Pill. Imagine a world where sex was celebrated. Yeah, I agree with that point, Bread Pill. All right, sure, Pops. Hello, Pops' wife. If you get to this part, help. Hi, Pops' wife. Main question is just how more gun ownership affects the rates until we have better rehabilitation programs in place. Honestly, I think it would probably just... I think it would be negligible. I think it would be negligible, Estrella. I mean, that's the sad truth of the matter. I think domestic violence rates are going to be pretty static. The type of domestic violence may change, but generally speaking, I think it's going to be pretty static, for better or for worse, until you have the rehabilitation and education programs in place. I think that's what you're left with, is just a pretty stable domestic violence rate. The Sleep Easy. Thank you for the follow. Let me try and catch up. Cam coming in from Hassan. Interesting. Mutually for your homies. You're welcome, Funner. Yes, Jesus was not a zombie, he was a lich. That is correct, Super Dad. Yeah, the D&D categories. Hey, Skeptic. Kodo, as per your question, I have once upon a time I argued that Scientology could save the world. If you successfully subverted Scientology and took it over and reformed their belief system and their practices, their expansive network could be very well leveraged. So I sort of understand what you're saying there, Kodo, that could the ends justify the means on that one? Probably not, but I definitely feel where you're coming from on that matter. Hello, house phone. The left is so violent. Okay. Alpha. The right's not violent at all. They didn't just beat a fucking cop to death in full view of the world in front of the Capitol building. A year worth of protests by BLM and the left, and nobody beat a fucking cop to death. Is Rosa... Oh, for fuck's sake. Actually, there we go. Did Rosa get fucking pulled? Somebody check Rosa's channel. It looks like Rosa may have caught a ban. Somebody check Rosa's channel. No, because of the concern, the focus concern, Sleep Easy, sorry. Because of the focus concern on authoritarian hierarchies that can crop out of even Marxian philosophies of communism. While there may be it's supposed to be a classless society, the fact of the matter is that anarchism concerns itself these days with things like intersectionalism. Oh, if you don't know who Rosa is, fucking check it. Yeah, somebody who knows who Rosa is, please check. Yeah. It looks like Rosa caught a ban. Yeah, Skeptic. Antifa's been linked to 0 deaths in 25 years. Oh, somebody just caught a fucking something. Oh, somebody violated TOS. Talked to a centrist today about why white supremacy is a huge issue we need to combat. I brought up Charlotte's Vile. Vile as an example, and she said there's only 100 people there. I said the footage from the event would disagree with you. Rosa is Rosa in Vivo, for those of you that don't know who Rosa is. Yeah, I see that, Swede. Bread pill, we've talked about this. One, hashtag not a vegan. But I make a very concerted effort to ethically source the things that I consume. I put a lot more work into it, establishing networks of food supply and fat supply and that sort of thing, and really go out of my way to ensure that I'm not contributing to any of the, horrific back-end systems therein. but I think there's a role for veganism, but I also think that veganism as a movement has a whole host of problematic entities amongst itself. That's just the truth of the matter. Very much counterproductive methods of praxis, shall we say. But as far as a sort of analysis of unjust hierarchies and, you know, authoritarian methodologies, yeah, they have a valid point in many cases. But also they go too far often when it comes down to things like indigenous communities and hunters and that sort of thing. Yeah. So there are valid points there, but not universal. Just mostly with the sort of factory farming and the modern agricultural industry that is, you know, a byproduct of state and that sort of thing. So yeah, there's a conversation there to be had for sure, but also they have to understand that there are people that do their very best to not participate in that system and still consume animal products. And so that's just sort of how that goes. Yeah. And if they could stop fucking things up, like releasing domesticated animals into the wild and then letting them starve to death and get fucking run over in fields like PETA does all the time, like just useless acts. That would be great, by the way. I think that there's a lot of counterproductive praxis on it within the vegan community for sure, or at least the activists, you know, that form of it. Yeah, I think that their optics cause more harm than good. Yeah. Somebody needs to shut PETA down. Yeah, they're doing more harm than good, but also, militant veganism is a problem as well. Wither, PETA only doesn't help puppers, it randomly kidnaps puppers off of people's lawn, front yards, and porches and executes them. PETA is it's just a psychotic organization. It really is. Yeah, exactly, Bread. And that's sort of how I approach that as well, is there is a host of people who, and not just indigenous, but I mean, the fact of the matter is, I know tons of people from, especially the Deep South, who don't follow that sort of settler model of animal consumption. That, you know, they either raise them themselves or they know who raises them and they treat them as best they can. And, you know, they make sure that they don't suffer in the end and that sort of things. Hey, Johnny. Yeah, I think that there are people who are doing it to the best of their ability and they don't get a lot of credit. Yeah, that particular 800 room stream. Yeah, I don't think they get enough credit. And, you know, I mean, the fact of the matter is that Vivo got a 7-day ban. Aww. Somebody reach out to Rosa and say hi to if somebody's in contact with Rosa, say Proudly Radical / Kai says, you know, keep your head up. You're doing good work. Clearly, I do mind, seeing as you've asked like 3 times and I've yet to address it. She's still streaming on Facebook. All right, rock on. Yeah, I think that there's room for more nuance in the conversation than a few people are willing to allow for. Yeah. Fuck off. And that's fine. Personal, like Mycoon, that's fine. I mean, you know, I'm an anarchist, right? Individual sovereignty is part and parcel, right? If you started getting weirded out eating and cooking meat and eggs, then, by the way, I don't eat eggs either. I don't consume dairy products. It's all for health reasons, by the way. It has nothing to do with morals or ethics, quite frankly. I could source ethically sourced products if I so chose. That would fit at least my bill for ethically sourced and, you know, morally taken care animals that are taken care of within the bounds of morality that I am comfortable with. But yeah. Oh yeah, Cassidy. Yeah, Brett, if you didn't know that, there's very much. It creates a bitterness or a sourness to the taste that otherwise wouldn't be there. That is generally referred to as sweeter. The meat will end up being sweeter if there isn't that the stress chemical reaction that has to go with that biophysical response from the fear of the slaughterhouse. It's a whole fucking thing. Yeah. And hunters and people who are familiar with animal husbandry there, Cassidy, fucking, I'm filled with loads of animal husbandry info. People who are familiar with animal husbandry are usually familiar with this. Yes. Bromine, right, is the enzyme, Swede, in the pineapple that also eats you. Beaver, eggs are basically my favorite food, but they wrecked me, so I had to stop. Want to know what pisses me off? When centrists downplay far-right terrorist attacks like what happened in New Zealand and just say, well, they were crazy. Yeah, I know. Well, they were crazy. I wonder where they came from. There was a quick surge of that. For those of you that noticed, there was a quick surge, and I wonder where they came in from. Some of y'all motherfuckers didn't go over and piss off those Q heads, did you? Oh my God. Swede, that was for you, Swede. That was for you. Oh, I'm sure he does. Good, dude's intense. Dude is intense. Chaz Chop, Funner, no. As far as I know, they are not. Angie, no dairy. Vermont cries in Cabin and Ben and Jerry's. Trust me, Angie. If I could, I still would be. I have some global cheese suppliers, like artisan cheesemakers that I have made connections with over the years. Oh, somebody asked me something. Hang on. Let me scroll back. Pete Dominic, who or what is your main philosophical influence? There isn't a main one. I mean, anarchism is the core of my ideological... Like, anarchism is my main tent pole, right? Hey, Derp. It has been known to happen, Scary. So but there is no one singular anarchist that I can point to. Chomsky had an influence. I mean, Kropotkin had an influence. But I mean, Bellamar had an influence just as much as anybody else. And I mean, that dude's still kicking around. You can hit him up on Twitter, for fuck's sake. So, I mean, there's a wide variety of people and philosophies that have had an influence on my belief set. But I suppose, I mean, the main influence is anarchism. And I mean, because I'm a technologist from way back, there's also that because I understand what a decentralized network topology looks like and how it, a distributed network topology, how it operates and what it looks like, that has a huge influence. That I understand these systems are achievable. I understand that they're not only achievable and not only barely function, they're highly efficient. They are a superior network topology. And anarchism maps onto that directly. So, favorite anarchist though, mine is Malatesta. I disagree with a bunch of stuff, Bread Pill, from this particular anarchist, but still my favorite anarchist. Emma. Dude, she was badass. She was fucking gangsta. Goldman was badass. I disagree with her on a whole bunch of points, though. Ideologically, she and I would probably butt heads quite often, which is pretty common in the left. But just as far as, like, brass tacks, yeah, Emma was badass. I like her. I have a thing for, and there's Sophie Scholl as well. I mean, not necessarily an anarchist, but she probably is my favorite singular person who's ever done like anti-fash sort of stuff. Sincerely. Imagine dying, losing freedom, voting rights, guns for Q. Trump. Yeah, the guy, the fucking Holocaust denier yesterday. Pete Dominic, the problem I see with anarchism is that anarchists don't agree on it. Neither do capitalists. You don't understand. You have to understand there's an entirely different schools of capitalism. I mean, the father of capitalism himself, the father of economics, disagrees with probably how you would view capitalism. Yeah, we had a Holocaust denier yesterday. Actually, I think we had two, but one of them outright said it. Yes, Adam Smith. Smith hated landlords. Smith hated borders. Smith hated the rentier class, which would eliminate intellectual property entirely. I mean, the foundation of a whole entire segments of the modern economy, Smith hated. I mean, capitalists don't agree either. Anarchism doesn't have a great PR campaign. Welcome to it. I'm an approachable, reasonable anarchist who you can have a conversation with. I'm not carrying a Molotov. I'm not throwing a rock through your local Starbucks. Everything starts small. Everything starts in one way or another. So welcome to it. Oh, wait. Was your brother here yesterday and told you about this channel and told you to come? Okay, well then I don't know. We did have someone yesterday who said they were referring someone. OG anarchists, Pete, are indigenous. They are the OG anarchists. Unless your brother happens to be a long-dead Russian prince as well. They could be classified as OG. Adam Smith is spitting or spinning in his grave. Well, then he can... Yeah. We'll get... Mike Kuhn, how does one deny the Holocaust? I just don't get it. I mean, does anybody get it? Does anybody understand Holocaust denialism? It's fucking insane. It's racism. It's just anti-Semitism. That's all it is. Yeah, exactly, Guillotine. Smith is pretty misunderstood. He really is. Anyway, get to the Starbucks. Still amuses me. Thoughts on Voltairine? Not a ton, Jenny. I haven't done a ton of reading. I know she was like an individualist, an anarcho-individualist, which I tend not to go in with. I tend to be more of the mutualist, but I think she did a transition, right? Sometime in her lifetime. Like she started as like an anarcho-individualist and she migrated. But yeah, I haven't done a ton of reading of Voltairine in my lifetime. I do know, I mean, she was a contemporary of Emma's and yeah, so. Seeing, I've got two different chats, right? I've got the chat I reference, which is in OBS if I'm reading, and then I've got the on-screen feed, right? And occasionally I see stuff pop up that just catches my eye. Whether you were the one who caught my eye, if you're wondering. Mike Kuhn, this is mutual aid if you really want to look at it like that. I really do, quite frankly. Given that my health is such that I really can't be donning the balaclava much anymore, shall we say. Yeah, this is my form of praxis. Hey, Derp, I mean, I'll have the conversation. Give him a try. Most anarchists I know are extremely moral folks. Good moral. Yeah, we tend to be. Oh, somebody caught a ban. Caught a ban. Swede. Yeah, that's a lot of our questions. Like, why the Jews? What do y'all have? Fucking, what's the deal? What's the most realistic change I think is possible to be seen in our lifetimes? Dude, if we could get a UBI, healthcare, and guaranteed housing, I'd count it a win for life. Like, I'd be like, yeah, we won. Just Medicare for all. Just universal single-payer healthcare, I'd be satisfied with that. And I think that's a conversation that we can have now. I mean, we do on a regular basis. And credit where credit's due, Yang, I mean, I'm not a fan of a lot of his policies and how he would implement UBI, but he did bring UBI to the forefront of the conversation. And so credit where credit's due. So yeah, if we could get universal single payer healthcare, and further the discussion of utilizing something as, okay, so there's this French socialist, Gors, who argued that you can utilize the state, the social welfare programs of the state as a leading edge of radicalism. and that you can utilize stuff like universal basic income to erode the capitalistic system from within. And so I'm kind of in that camp. I've heard argument on part of it, on behalf of utilizing UBI in that fashion, and I'm open to that discussion. I think it is a reasonable proposition that you could use UBI as an eroding factor towards capitalistic models from within. When you relieve the subsistence conditions, let alone forget the material conditions, when you relieve the subsistence conditions of the populace, healthcare, housing, income, food, that sort of stuff, then you can start to have the conversation further about activism, about mutual aid, about solidarity. Like, now you have time. Now you're not at that job, that wage slave job, fuck for 2-3 shifts, that sort of thing, trying to just make sure there's food on the table for your children. That is guaranteed, that is provided for. Now you've got time to do a community garden. You've got time to do canning projects for the neighborhood. You've got time to invest into all these sort of mutual aid network goals that would then step away from that state. So I think there's a conversation there. Oh, yeah, I was going to say, why'd Kodo catch a ban? You were shooting for warrant 12384, cat, and you got there was a whole bunch of fucking crossfire there. Civilian casualties, cat. It's okay, I've done it too. Yes, I do, apparently. Tony Hawk is good people, he's cool people, so I'm okay with that. He can't hold down a wife to save his life, though. Cost of war, baby. She did transition and move to prefer anarchism as an umbrella versus school of thought. Yeah, something like anarchism without labels, right? Or without adjectives, I think, was her term, right, Jenny? Thank you for the follow, Pete. Are you willing to pay like $150 every month for healthcare? I already pay way more than that. That's nothing. That's a pittance compared to what I pay. Yeah. $150 a month for healthcare would be a fucking dream. For universal care, across the board coverage. Yeah, it was without adjectives. Okay. Yeah. Occasionally it fires off, right? Occasionally the synapses fire off correctly. Same here, the wife's health care. Yeah, like that. Fucking $150 a month. You shitting me? Do you know what some of us are paying? And by the way, that would be means tested under a universal single-payer healthcare system. So if you are below the poverty line, then that $150 wouldn't apply to you, by the way. Laz Logics. Yes. I do think that there is room for that. And I mean, there's like Saul Newman in Post-Anarchism starts talking about that sort of thing a little bit. I think there's room for that. I would be open to the conversation. I'm not headed down that avenue yet. I'm here to sort of plant the flag for anarchism, as it were. But I understand that for marketing and optics, that could be a viable stratagem. Yeah. He's been divorced thrice, right? Yeah, I think he's on wife number 4, Beaver. I think that's Tony's deal. Like, he's on wife number 4. Like, every 9 to 12 years, we looked it up one day. Like, every decade, basically, he trades wives. Absolute ridiculous. Swede, my health insurance is over $3,500 a month. Jesus Christ. Lynn's, my Medicare is $170 a month. Yeah. Jenny, my copay for urgent care is about that. Cassidy, I pay $600 per month just for health insurance. With all my meds, it's well over $1,000. Yes, RV, it is a sick joke. Not surprised, Beaver. Not surprised. No, yeah, and I mean, I have to take 5 meds to stay, different meds to stay alive. Luckily, they're all generic and cost almost nothing. Thank fuck for that, right, Swede? No, I'm 100% for, you know, that sort of thing. And again, it would be means tested. Jenny, I'm not getting the meds cost. I have a family of 5. Oh, God. Yeah, our healthcare system is just broke. Video with a fucking paragraph. Yeah, I just read that with her. Insurance is a fucking, at least commercial insurance. The concept of socializing, you know, shared threat costs is a viable strategy, right? Like that makes sense, but the way we're doing it is fucked. Dolcharn, 30 euros per year, 25 USD for administrative costs for healthcare in Belgium. 90% of any other cost is paid by taxes. Deal. Adia, yeah, we have the best healthcare in the world for the wealthy. Imagine being able to pay $150 per month to have the access to the kind of system only the richest people can currently access, without having to worry about going into debt. Imagine there's also a sliding scale to consider the people who can't even afford $150 for people who can literally afford nothing. So everyone who can know they'll be treated with the same care and consideration, whether you're the POTUS or whether you're nameless. 100%. 100%. Laz Logics. I was fortunate enough to get on Medicaid from being unemployed in New York State. Felt such a sense of relief and low stress because of that. Granted, it's only for a year, and I'll have to check it in again. Yeah, there's recertification every year. But yeah, I get it. Like, it's just... POTUS, President of the United States, Wither. That's what POTUS is. Yeah, much prefer it to be that way. There it is. Where's my fucking mod view? Hey, sweet. Thank you for the sub. Hey, lobby. And take care of yourself, Linz. Sleep well. You gotta hit him with Geodis. That's just not fair. What were my grades in school, or just your academics in general? It depends what we were talking about. I failed trig like twice. I mean, it depends what we're talking about. Anything having to do with MIS, Management of Information Systems, I fucking excelled at. I'm very good within technology. Performing arts, did really good. Fucking any shop classes, I did really good. Did fairly decently in history, though I have trouble with dates sometimes, but from time to time. Didn't like math, though I did fairly decently up to trig. Fucking hated trig. Like I said, failed it twice. Did very well in English and lit classes, you know, honors British literature and that sort of thing. Contemporary issues, speech and debate, I did very well in. I did admittedly check out because I was doing quite well within technology by high school age. So that I was distracted for sure. But yeah. For many, many, many years, I was a straight A student. Oh, Jesus Christ. Fucking Pops. You giving me like, oh, is it first, outer, inside, last, fucking... fucking... Gonna... get all twitchy up in here. Trig can be interesting if you have the right teacher. I didn't. PEMDAS! Yeah, fucking super dad already. Like, don't even say differential equations. For those of you who are saying different, just shut the fuck up. Dude, some of us have, like, PTSD. Like, we have trauma from that shit. Yeah, like I said, I failed fucking trig twice. It was, I hated it. I absolutely hated it. And quite frankly, I don't understand why they were having me take it. PTSD from physics. You do realize that most coding isn't math, right? Have you ever written code? It's not trigonometry. It's algebraic at most of the time. I mean, I wrote assembly just fine. Especially if you want to do AI. I didn't need to. I was an information technology consultant. That's how I made my trade. Yeah, coding is linguistics more than math. Like, by far. There are specialized fields within programming that is math heavy, especially when you start modeling things. But the fact of the matter is it's highly linguistic. It's why we call it programming languages. Arby, it's just Greek to me. Yeah, there are, like I said, there are specialized fields within programmatics that utilize a decent amount of math, but programming as a whole, no. It's highly linguistic. So do I, Delcharn. I can get like a United Nations panel of people to sort of school an American who fucking, like, it's just was this way, you know. No, round them up. Yeah, I enjoy that. Studied to be a Lutheran minister, turned non-theist, got a master's in finance and econ. I'm just a miserable person. Sweet. Yeah, take care of yourself, Joe. Take care of yourself. Self-care. It's all about self-care, my man. Well, my average for this stream is fucked. Thank you, Mitre, for saying it was going to be higher. Never say that shit. I'm as superstitious as a fucking ball player. Yeah, Cassidy. Like, my community is minority white guy. Like, that was fucking hilarious. Fucking white guys. Whether I understand that feeling. Yeah. If school were university, if university were affordable. Congratulations, socialism. Socialism is 1984. You're in the minority on this channel. You just are. We are widespread. You could play bingo. You could play identitarian bingo with my community. Oh, we got... Yeah, exactly. University isn't affordable at all unless you have rich parents or good luck in scholarships and grant money. Then you can stand to make a decent chance at it, but something about German friends.
Ladies and gentlemen, Alex Jones here for Proudly Radical.
Bernie.
Since I owe Kai a few favors from back in the old days. Shit, I probably shouldn't talk about that. Wait, why are you still recording? Fine. Just be sure to edit it out. Anyways, as I was saying, well, this is Alex Jones, and I just wanted to teach the proletariat a few things about anarchism. Anarchism isn't about chaos. In fact, it's quite the opposite. Anarchism is about the people. It's about solidarity and mutual aid. It's about removing unjust authority and hierarchies. We should all be anarchists. The world would be a better place. Now, I'm going to apologize again to all those parents whose lives I ruined because I'm such a douchebag. Jones, out. All right, Kai, this has got to make us even for that incident you helped me out with.
There you go, Bernie. There's your... And shout out to Mike and Bergia. Who hooked that one up? People mock him. Hi, wife. Hi, Pops' wife. I hope you're well. You're up late. What are you doing? Are you coming to tell him to drag his ass to bed like he should? I hope you're well, though. Let's see. People mock humanities and social science degrees to dissuade people from pursuing them as to limit class consciousness, because that's a dangerous thing for the ruling class. I agree with that, Swede. I think that there is a concerted effort within society to demonize that sort of thing. Why is mutual aid not just guised capitalism? Hey, Squee, I just got up. Like, I was literally just up walking around, Squee. Anyway. Why is mutual aid not just guised capitalism with social tallies as currency? Because not all of them use that. Especially big A anarchism utilizes the terminology mutual aid not for a direct give and take, but a coordinated socialized effort. In Beaver. I don't regret my music degree, but I'd be lying if I said I should have double majored. I wish I had some like music theory under my belt. Music is just fucking magic to me. I don't understand how it works. Like theoretically, I kind of get it. Good for you, Squee. Take care of yourself. I kind of get it, but I really don't. It's just sort of wizardry to me. The same way that a lot of the technology, electronic circuitry, programming stuff that I'm well versed in is magic to other people. I feel that way about music. Hey, Squee. Squee gift into Kodo. Thank you, Squee. Patron Squee. Oh, and like multiple distinctions have been made. I think fuck me. Dean Spade. Dean Spade of University of Chicago has literally formulated a chart for people that don't understand how mutual aid works. And one of the categories on it is that you give things away without expectation. Mutual aid is not a forced exchange. It is literally a voluntary free association within a socialized set of organizational structures. So... No, capitalism isn't mutual aid catalyzed more efficiently through currency. Capitalism is about the privatization of means and resources. It's the privatization of means of production and resources. That's the primary driving force within capitalism. It isn't catalyzed through. It isn't more efficient being catalyzed through currency. This are two entirely separate concepts. I was a mutual assistant then. That's fucking hilarious. In your opinion, then you've never studied it. Holy shit. I didn't double major, I mistyped, but I did go back and get paralegal certification, probably law school in a couple of years, but we'll see, I'm old. Beaver. If I had to do it all over again, I'd do I'd do a dual degree poli-sci with law, and just be a thorn in the system side the entire time. Yeah. And maybe a couple of music theory classes along the way. Thank you, Squee. Management of information systems. Funner. So, IT. I'm an IT fucking geek from way back. Love you too, Squee. Dulcharn. Oh, fucking floaters. Because the term was coined by Pyotr Kropotkin back in the 1800s. That's the terminology that's commonly used. It has an ancestral lineage as far as political science realm goes, and it is the accepted technical terminology. No. Both sides can benefit from it. It's more than two people. It's a system of organization in which there is no forced interaction, but all that interact can derive aid from it. Oops, that's not what I wanted. They don't have to. Yes, you can derive value from it, but you don't have to input value from it. It is mutually beneficial. Everybody can help everyone, but it's not required. How? Get over it. Hey, thank you to follow Lozenge, and thank you to follow Kismet. It's gonna happen back to back to back. Hey, SJW, how you doing? There's the other one. I should put the chart on my website so I can point people to it. Wilhelm. Anyway, take care of yourself, Wilhelm. SJ, you want to jump on the air? Say hi. Hey, Squee. Thank you, Squee. SJ, you have a gift sub from Squee. No, Super Dad, not the piano chart. The mutual aid versus hierarchical, charitable, and capitalistic entities. Hey, man.
Hey, what's up, buddy?
Oh, you're low. Hang on, let me drive you up. There we go.
Hey, Squeak, thanks for the gifted sub. I appreciate it, buddy.
How long have you been around? Have you caught the AJ thing yet?
No, I just came on. I just finished streaming like 5 minutes ago.
All right. I think this may be the third or fourth time it's been played because it's queued up in chat. You can queue it using channel points. I have a limit on it. But here you go.
Ladies and gentlemen, Alex Jones here for Proudly Radical. Since I owe Kai a few favors from back in the old days. Shit, I probably shouldn't talk about that. Wait, why are you still recording? Fine. Just be sure to edit it out. Anyways, as I was saying, this is Alex Jones, and I just wanted to teach the proletariat a few things about anarchism. Anarchism isn't about chaos. In fact, it's quite the opposite. Anarchism is about the people. It's about solidarity and mutual aid. It's about removing unjust authority and hierarchies. We should all be anarchists. The world would be a better place. Now, I'm going to apologize again to all those parents whose lives I ruined because I'm such a douchebag. Jones, out. All right, Kai, this has got to make us even for that incident you helped me out with.
I love it. You really did go find that voice actor guy.
Yeah.
I was on that stream when you were looking into it.
His name is Mike Imburgia, and he's great. He does a bunch of other impressions as well.
Nice.
So
That is fucking blessed.
yep, we got Alex Jones and we got Joe Rogan on the air. So fuck
Yeah, I know. I was gonna say, I'm like all your celebrity friends in one place.
yeah.
Holy shit. Kai, why am I a masochist?
Something.
I'm sure it's some
Something.
trauma that happened to me as a child. Or
Yeah,
something.
something. Race theory. Something.
So, okay, so I just got off we're going to put this in really big quotations, a panel,
Oh, bro.
and it was like a 1v8 panel. It was me against a bunch. I don't even know if I can even call them conservatives. They're those people who they align with every single conservative value, but they just are too embarrassed to say that they're conservatives.
Oh, so centrists.
Yeah, those types. Yeah. I'm a free thinker, man. I don't like labels, man. Like, okay. You're one of those. Okay. And that was fun. We got to talk about, for the better part of 3 hours, how calling someone the F slur is not homophobic. That, words, had different meanings. Because, it used to mean a bundle of sticks, and you don't know what context I was saying that in, right? Oh, it was a good time. Oh, it was a good fucking time. And then all my stalkers from my beef with Actual Justice Warrior came over. That was fun. Oh man, I'm just creating enemies in my wake.
Dulcharn. Yeah, no, Kropotkin was like literally a Russian prince. I'm 100% aware of that. But there have been plenty of fucking poor ass anarchists along the way. This is why I'm not a classicist when it comes to Jesus Christ. It was a huge drop. I'm making a push for fucking partner, and so I'm sort of like mildly obsessed with viewer counts right now. And because you got to maintain that 75. And fucking, of course, Mitre said, oh, you know, I was talking to Mitre earlier. He's like, oh, you know, you're going to be pulling those 80 to 100s. And I'm like, shut the fuck up. The last time Kat said something like that, I immediately had a low number stream. Like, I'm that kind of superstitious ball player. Like, just shut the fuck up about it. Like, and of course, like, I haven't been able to maintain the average this entire stream. I'm like, son of a bitch, Mitre. But yeah, no, I'm 100% aware that Kropotkin was born into a wealthy family, and that's how he arrived at his ideals. But I mean, then there's people like Emma Goldman, who was not born into a wealthy family and arrived at her ideals. There are fundamentally, there have probably been far more anarchists that, I mean, not probably, there have been far more anarchists that have been dirt poor, like straight up working the factories. During the time when working the factories meant you might lose some shit. Like you might lose a limb or some shit like that. Like back in the real factory days. Than ever were, you know, Russian prince level anarchists. Thank you for the follow, Quibble. So Delcharn would also like to tell you that they're a big fan of yours, Rogan.
Nice. Thanks. Yeah, I'm kind of, you know, branching out from my normal podcasting thing. We're gonna just strictly stream and talk about politics. I have completely given myself over to leftism. Sorry, Ben Shapiro, friend of the show.
I'm gonna get a collection over a few months. I'm gonna have like AJ promoting anarchism. I'm gonna get like a Shapiro clone to promote communism or something like that. I'm gonna collect all of these assholes and fucking just have sound clips so for them.
Oh, you got to get a Dave Rubin one. My brain is still recovering from these high-level ideas.
Yeah, I just, you know, yeah, I tracked him down. I fucking threw him a few bucks. Like I said, he had 50 words for $5. So I threw him like $15. I was like, here's a script. Yes. Wait. Oh, yeah. That is Fibonacci. I mean, nobody's pointed it out yet. The irony of saying socialism is 1984 when the, you know, his name was Eric Blair, by the way. For those of you who don't know George Orwell's real name, his name was actually Eric Blair. But you know, yeah, he was a socialist. Straight up. Was he because Stalin tried to kill him? No, because he literally advocated for the principles of socialism. Hey, nice to meet somebody else who knew his real name.
Yeah, 100 million from Spotify just wasn't enough. I needed those Twitch bucks. You're right. Plus, Spotify's trying to censor me. Okay, Twitch lets me be free here. Okay.
Every line of serious socialism. This is just for you. This is just for you. Every line of serious work that I've written since 1936 has been written directly or indirectly against totalitarianism and for democratic socialism as I understand it. And the only regime which in the long run will dare to permit freedom of speech is a socialist regime. If fascism triumphs, I am finished as a writer. That is to say, finished in my only effective capacity. That of itself would be sufficient reason for joining a socialist party. George Orwell, on why he joined the party. Homage to Catalonia. Socialism means a classless society, or it means nothing at all. And it was here for those few months in the militia were valuable to me. For the Spanish militias, while they lasted, were a microcosm of a classless society. In that community where no one was on the make, where there was a shortage of everything but no privilege and no bootlicking, One got perhaps a crude forecast of what the opening stages of socialism might be, and after all, instead of disillusioning me, it deeply attracted me. The effect was to make my desire to see socialism established much more than it had been before. Yeah, you're right. He definitely might. He was kind of leaving room for interpretation there. I'm not sure what he meant when he said those words.
It's like, yeah, you know, it was very ambiguous.
I mean, Jesus fucking Christ. This is a guy who went to Eton, all right? He knew what these words meant. He wasn't using them glibly. He had a high-level education. He worked British civil service. He had, he was in that Eton Oxbridge pipeline. This is a dude that knew what the fuck he was talking about.
Hey, I just wanted to drop in and say what's up. Have a good stream. I'm going to go take my dog out and hit the sack.
Take care of yourself.
All right. Hey, chat. Be good. Stay safe. Wear your mask. 6 feet apart. All that good stuff. Have a good one, guys.
Lit. Yep, everybody's saying bye. Everybody's saying bye, Joe. We're gonna get him to record one too for fucking Joe Rogan. I mean, Orwell was literally a member of the ILP. He joined a Spanish fraternal party known as the POUM. It's the Workers' Party of Marxist Unification for Spain. It was a Marxist/anarchist/socialist grouping that had utopian socialist beliefs as their underpinnings. Like, sweet. Like, there's no... Orwell himself, Blair himself, went on the record numerous times in his own writings about how he was a socialist. To deny it is fucking insane. Biden didn't just repeal Title IX. He's undoing Betsy DeVos's Title IX reforms, Ghost. Christ's sake. Oh, I didn't know that was open. Let me close that. Swede, you stream too. I don't see. Where do you stream, Swede? Or is it just a joke? Thank you, Scary. You stream to YouTube. Interesting. What do you stream, Swede? What's your thing? I think I might open this up. You do charity streams and debunk economic myths. That's right. You're an economist, right? Swede, do you want to jump on the air? Are you on the Discord server? Well, too bad then. Check your whispers. Just jump on voice chat. If you mean by 100 by 100 executive orders, do you mean 17, Barley? Just saying. Hey there, Swede. Oh, I don't hear you. All right, I'm just going to leave it there, and we shall see. User error. All right, fair enough. Yeah. By 100, do you mean 17? Because that's the actual number as it stands. Oh, maybe. We'll see. He's got to use EOs to undo Trump's EOs. I mean, you could legislate him out of existence too, probably, but he's going to have to use EOs to undo Trump's EOs. So 17 equals Q. Jesus Christ, I'm so sick of those Q morons. How about now? Oh, okay. How about now? Do we get a lot of Q trolls here? No, I mean, I'd say we get our fair share. No more or less than anybody else, probably. I do bait them out, sometimes. So, hey.
How about now?
Now I hear you.
I had push to talk on, and I didn't know how to turn it off.
All right. Well, that'll do it. That'll do it. You sound neither Irish nor Swedish, damn it.
Half my family still lives over there, and yeah, they live near Malmo, a little town called Kristianstad.
Oh, so, okay, hang on. I have to fucking answer a question. Barley, I hear voices. Shit, you might want to look into that. Thank you for the follow, 72 cuts, and 70. Thank you for the follow, cakes for you, 86. Do I think there's such a thing as ethical investing, like in renewable energy, or is all capitalism bad? In my opinion, capitalism is bad in my opinion, but within the macrocosm that is capitalism, you can do ethical investing because, I mean, it's moderate. It's degrees of ethical investing. You're still furthering a system that is exploitative and coercive by its very nature, but you know, you can at least not invest in, you know, child slave farms in Southeast Asia. So degrees.
I think a lot of that has to get through to the what you define as rent seeking and how what if rent seeking can ever be ethical.
The rentier class, fuck them. May I ask, what school of economics do you ascribe to, or are you divorced from that in some way?
Me?
Yeah.
I'm a syndicalist.
Sorry, you cut out.
Syndicalism.
Okay. Um, what would be your number one message? What would you want people to know as an economist, as somebody trained in this and looking at it? Am I correct in assuming that you're definitely looking at it from a leftist sort of position?
I mean, yeah, my training is very right wing. Like I went to a Jesuit school, so
hey now.
you can imagine just how Chicago freshwater it was. That's kind of where the demarcation, freshwater versus saltwater. It's kind of a joke between economists of where you went to school. And I would say that like the biggest thing is an economist is trying to figure out human behavior when it comes to resources, the scarcity of resources, how we handle resources, how we distribute them, how people act when we do certain things. And most economics people require what's called rational actors for it to make any sense. And rational actors just don't exist. So there's a lot of we think this is the most likely thing to happen. So we keep talking about, well, this is what's likely to happen if we institute policy XYZ. You can get in a lot of trouble by saying if X, then Y, because it doesn't always work that way.
I call economics the dark arts.
Oh, it's the dismal science.
Yeah. It's I don't even like to invoke the science term. Like that's like just dark arts works for me. Like
if you had to go through as much statistical analysis classes as I did, you wouldn't mock the science part of it.
Pass.
Yeah.
Hard pass. Hard pass. But
when you have to do a regression with over 100 variables, let me know.
I'm just thinking sort of like, okay, I've never had to do a statistical regression with over 100 variables, but I'm thinking of some of my like cryptographic programming days in assembly and like, you know, variable array handling and that sort of thing. I'm like, yeah, you know what? I've been in that area before of like having to work your brain to that degree.
Yeah. But I mean, people always look at me as far as, oh, you're a leftist, but capitalism has been very good to you. Yes, it has. I'm upper middle class. I work for an investment bank. I do XYZ, and I, you know, through what I do, what I have to do to survive, I support capitalism. It's a little icky, but at the same time, I have to eat. So when people go like, oh, Kropotkin was you know Prince, that's fine. Race traders exist, and race traders from the upper middle and upper classes and and the capitalist classes are just fine with me because I am one.
You know, it's a meme at this point. There's literally a meme. Like there's a series of cartoons if you've ever seen them. But you live in a society. I'm intelligent. So I put no. I lend no credence to those sorts of argumentations. Let's see, what are we saying? Let me just check. All right.
Animal Farm is about totalitarianism, not communism.
But hey, who's got time to actually have reading comprehension? Yeah, I think did you mean Class Trader?
It's yeah. I mean, I struggle with resource distribution without a universal medium of exchange, such as currency. But that's just because that's all I know. Like, we haven't been forced to think in a different way to get that. And that's why I like the roundtables and like why, you know, getting a bunch of leftists together and be like, okay, we're going to pretend like we have to figure this out in an hour. And so let's try. And it's kind of just a random thought experiment.
Have you had, I mean, these days, I know economists definitely interact at that level, but have you had much interaction with computer scientists that are schooled in sort of distributed computing topologies and that sort of thing?
A lot of it boils down to where can we get as far as AI is concerned, with having that being much more of having an overridable AI system doing distribution. Um, Kind of like an ethics board in medical, where you'd have the human side looking over it, but we really haven't had like the computer science element to tell us what is and isn't possible. At least now, a lot of us are looking for, like, as far as leftists, we don't really see much change over the next few decades because class consciousness just isn't where it needs to be.
Good night, Fibonacci. Sleep well. Take care of yourself. Um, Nice title, buddy. Trump hater much. I don't have enough time in my day and room in my heart to actually hate Donald Trump. But do I enjoy making fun of Trump and all of the chuds that worship the ground he walks on? Yeah, you better believe I do. It's a good afternoon. Seller wants to know AI to be used in what sense, but I think you may have covered that. Like automatic analysis and equitable distribution of resources, right? And necessary distribution of resources where it may be needed.
Yeah, I mean, like there are certain resources which we will never be able to solve for their scarcity unless we leave Earth. As far as ability, like if we can get to the belt, the asteroid belt, and start mining, then that would solve a lot. But like lithium and some of these other materials that we have, that mining them on Earth is much more destructive than fracking is, for certain other things. And so it's this, okay, how do you balance a strip mine for lithium, but also the benefits of it? And AI can actually have a big part of distribution, especially when it comes to how much do you really need to consume of said resource, and then at what point do you not need to drill or to strip mine anymore, basically destroying the environment, because lithium mines are terrible.
They are. Yeah. And I don't know. I don't think Sweden may not be in the like AIs and algorithms. Well, I mean, there's narrow intelligence, there's general intelligence, there's super intelligence, there's the ones with limited memory, there's reactive, there's machine learning, there's a whole host of neural network structure types. So unless Swede happens to know the exact type of AI that you're referencing, chances are that's more of a conversation for the computer science consultant that they'd bring in.
Yeah, I think AI for us would be a generalized term for utilization of predictive analytics and computing and ability to, from what I know, use machine learning going forward.
Yeah. So, yeah, that's a question for somebody in the actual in the server farm, not the economists. Jesus Christ, socialism is 1984. Still trying to argue that point. Holy shit. If rich only get rich by exploiting labor, why would the workers make a commune where they don't make a wage and then split the profits equally? Because the employees, they should be able to outcompete anyone avoiding labor costs.
That's nonsensical.
Welcome to my world, my man. It's honestly, it's sort of a 50-50 coin flip.
The United States has a very socialist network of certain things. So if you look at farmers cooperatives, they are the epitome of what socialism is. The employees and the farmers, the producers, all own the co-op, and they build equity as profits are made, and so they all have this. In like, if a few more bushels of grain are sold, that actually means something to the equity in the company for everyone. So they all actually care.
I'm still reeling from the comment in chat that Orwell would be a libertarian if he lived today, and most likely libertarian. Libertarian right, because it is the most free and allow for libertarian left to live within it.
Here's my argument against far-right libertarianism and absolute property ownership. And this is kind of what turned me away from right-wing, because when I graduated college, I was kind of a right-wing shitlord. I apologize if my French.
Please. I have a heavy Aussie contingent. You can do nothing.
So you own 1 acre. And me, as a big-time person, buys the 8 acres that surround you. And I build a wall on my property that surrounds your 1 acre and tell you, I don't care if you can leave or not. You will pay me everything you own to be able to have access to the outside world. And that is what absolute property rights are on the far right. Basically, I starve you to death and then buy your 1 acre for a penny. That's exactly the end game of right-wing libertarianism. It's pretty shit.
I always call it neo-feudalism.
Yeah.
It just is. Like, I mean, I try and get people across that line to get them to understand, like, who do you want to control your life? Joe Biden or Jeff Bezos? Because this is basically the false dichotomous choice that you're presenting for me at this point, is that you're like, well, it's either this or this. And it's like, one is just an authoritarian dickhead for right-leaning centrist policies, neoliberal hyper-capitalism, and the other one is saying, like, hey, do you want to come work in the company town and work for the company store? Like,
you get paid in company dollars and get, yeah. I mean, that's the way the robber baron era worked, was they got paid in currency that was only usable in the company store.
The fact that anybody could, I don't know. That's a hell of a take.
My favorite argument against capitalism, though, is, people always think that it's rational self-interest that capitalism should be ruled by rational self-interest. And it's not the cigarette company argument, it's the lead and gasoline argument.
Oh.
And when lead and gasoline happened, granted, the science when it was first instituted wasn't there, but when people started when people started to learn just what was happening with the exhaust fumes and the amount of lead in people was starting to be discovered, all the companies started paying a scientist to go in front of Congress and be like, no, it's perfectly fine, everything's fine. And until somebody who had completely disinterested did their own study, found out how bad it was. I mean, think if that hadn't have happened and the government hadn't come down on leaded gasoline, just the number of birth defects, deaths. Go look up The Funny Room, leaded gasoline, and you will be so disgusted you will you'll throw up in your mouth. It is what they did to their employees is just absolutely abhorrent.
It was a trimethylmercury or whatever that they were trimethyl something. I always forget the leaded compound. Sorry, it wasn't trimethylmercury, but it was trimethyl something. We'd have a whole generation. We'd have multiple generations of baby boomers, because I do ascribe to that theory that part of what's going on there is early term lead poisoning.
Yeah, it's disgusting. And the fact that we still had leaded gasoline clear up into the 80s. I remember there still being a leaded gasoline pump growing up. I'm 40. And it's still fascinating to me that they knew the risk, but they still allowed it to be used. But then again, we still allow people to smoke. And that's not a 100% self-inflicted wound, which is about the only thing that I would say is allowable.
And I mean, how many times have we seen this sort of like tobacco leaded gasoline model? I mean, the oil and gas industry is doing it now, and it has been caught red-handed with climate change, that they knew ages and ages ago. And I mean, there's even articles that published from the late 1800s talking about climatological change and the greenhouse effect vis-a-vis industry and fossil fuels being consumed and burned. And now, you know, you have coming out that, yeah, the oil and gas industry knew for certain 60 years ago what was exactly going on. And then they pulled a tobacco industry style campaign of covering up, paying for senators, paying for lobbyists, all of this sorts of thing. This has been the business model, what, 3-4 times? I mean, how many industries have done this? Like, I mean, the opioids is the exact same thing, oil and gas, leaded gas, you know, tobacco. We've been down this road like a shit ton of times now.
Yeah, and the question I always like to ask is, what's the GDP of an environmental wasteland?
You know, let's try and figure out what's the GDP of like Mad Max.
I mean, it's not zero, but it's pretty close. You know, it's for me. I mean, the oil industry only has one thing going for it, and it's the fact that the thing that they produce is the highest concentration of dense energy. You know, the energy density of oil is enormous. We can't match it with batteries. We can't match it with a lot of things. And the potability of it is incredibly high as well, which means that there's a lot that we would have to replace. The replacement of all the BTUs that we currently create through the burning of fossil fuels is incredibly hard.
It's where, unfortunately, people on the left with the sort of Bookchin-esque ecologists start kicking up dirt. That's where nuclear has a seat at the table. It really has to.
If we were to, the problem with that though is we would have to go find nuclear fuel from some other source than the Earth, because if we were to replace all of our BTU production with nuclear fuel, we'd be out of it in 70 years.
Well, we got a 70-year window then.
Yeah.
I mean, that's we're already, you know, looking at numbers here that like, look, we're on a ticking clock. They added they added lead, not for shelf life, but as an octane booster and to reduce knocking in the engines. But primarily as an octane booster. You can add a series of additives to gasoline or petrochemicals to increase octane within the gasoline, or you can refine it more. One of these is cheaper. Guess which one they went with? And thank you for the follow, Red Thoughts.
The other problem that, at least in the schools of thought that I have to deal with, though, is also, you know, at what point do you draw the line and say, okay, we have to make the changeover now? Because you look at the progress of the technology, of the green technology that we have, and at some point, it is better to actually wait for the next round of version, because the amount of savings that you get with that over greenhouse gases, even with, say, 2 years of burn, actually beats out switching over now. And so you have to play this weird game of, okay, where do we draw the line? And that's just, for me, it's like playing Russian roulette. You don't know where that bullet is, and why risk it? Other people are like, you know, let's let's cock the hammer a few times. And it's how much risk do you want to take on that?
How risk averse for these sorts of things are you? Just as an individual.
If I were to compare it to how I feel about the stock market, I'd probably be moderately conservative.
Okay. What do you think? I mean, you're not 18, right? How do you think you would feel about it if you were 18, knowing what you know?
I try to think that way. I have a 4-year-old and a 3-year-old. So I think about it from their perspective is the best that I can do. What am I leaving them? And I might be more conservative. I don't know, but I try to think about it from their perspective.
Well, let me scroll back a ways here. Let's see. Get some crazy amount of work done or else. Who wrote the quote? RV wrote the quote. If a noted DemSoc activist and beloved author from the mid-20th century was alive today, he'd be a capitalist. Socialism is 1984. There have been some really interesting takes in chat. Let's just put it that way. If you own, wait, hang on. If you own the well for longer, so you sold the, I don't, yeah, whatever. Where is the area of, where's the area of market economics, specifically within the Western sort of developed nations, that you think needs the greatest overhaul, that needs the most work done on it, as specifically like from an activist point of view? What is the area that you think is, one, most susceptible, and two, needs it the most? What should we be hammering?
The most immediate need right now is corporate governance, the abilities for, and then also, I think one of the major problems our, say, public company system has today is they manage to such short-term intervals that they make decisions based on 3, 6, 9, and 12 month rather than 5, 10, 20, 25-year timeframes. Private companies that are owned by, say, private equity firms or venture capital through that have an advantage in that they think much longer term. And the fact of the matter is we get every quarter, every public company has to report their financials, and then they have to give guidance. And that's kind of a problem too, because you're telling everybody else what you think is going to happen over the next quarter. And if you don't meet that, you get hammered. And when you get hammered, you lose equity and you lose, all sorts of things such as your credit rating. And it's just a nightmare. And obviously this all gets solved if you're a socialist nation, because the employees own it, but before we can get to that point, our companies literally have to manage to the quarter, and it is so short-sighted. And this is one aspect of Bastiat I really liked, is it was the time paradox that he described, but he described it as more political, in that the longer term a politician serves, the longer term policies they will enact. However, the longer terms that they serve, the more totalitarian that they get. So you find that fine balance. It's the same with companies. Having longer reporting periods would be great. However, your transparency from investors goes way down.
Is there like a hybridized version of that we could advocate for, that would lean them towards that long projection versus, giving regular interval insights?
I think you could probably just go to annual and restrict guidance to, say, like 5-year guidance instead of just annual guidance. Do we have a version of that now? No. Could we probably think of something if we had to? Absolutely. The important thing for investors is they need transparency into the inner workings of the company and the financial status. But at the same time, that transparency, the more often you give it, the more often that they have to tell you what they're doing and what they think is going to happen before the next reporting period. And that creates a management style that is very short term, and that is the problem. And I don't think we can get away with that within the current structure of public companies.
Do you think that there's, you know my position, you've been around long enough, like most of this is unpalatable. Like there's a part of my brain that's screaming, tear it down, that I moderate anyway.
Burn it.
Yeah. Look, and guys, I'll address whatever the fuck that was in chat in a little bit. I'll come back to it, but holy shit, whatever the fuck that was, I caught part of it. Is there even anybody within, like, I mean, I know there's probably somebody like, you know, the AOC sort of territory, but like, is this even something that you think is ready to be addressed? Like, is this something that our system of governance or corporate oversight is even prepared to do?
No.
And that, folks, is why we advocate for just tearing it down. Even half steps, they're not ready for it.
Incrementalist as I am, I hate to say it, but it just our system of ownership of corporates needs to be burned.
And coming from an economist, Rabbit says, I'm curious how many orders of magnitude we're talking for risk analysis. Example, nuclear, good for carbon, bad for extraction and concrete, good for longevity, bad for authority decentralization, good for, bad for, good for, sort of thing Rabbit was saying.
Yeah, for nuclear, you know, what we would probably be thinking of in that order would be more future risk mitigation of the loss of and exiting a fuel. We could probably pack the fuel up on a rocket and shoot it somewhere. I mean, and the fuel itself is actually not near as dangerous as people think if we store it correctly. And
yep,
that's the long and short of it. However, politicians, I was actually able to sit with Bernie on a plane ride from Detroit to Omaha when he was going to do a campaign stop in Iowa. And he's still, he was lockstep with the all nuclear is bad. And it was just, I would pain in the back of my head.
He's a Vermonter. I'm from Vermont originally too. And it is, I'm telling you, it's a cultural thing for our state. We're all environmentalists by birth. Like, it's just, I don't know, it's something in the water, the air. It's just something that is lockstep with being a Vermonter. And it took me a bunch of years to get my head out of my ass and actually study the science and be like, oh, all right, never mind.
I mean, yes, I know it burns for thousands of years, but we can store it in such a way that it minimizes the damage to the point where the energy we get from that core outweighs everything by orders of magnitude. And I'm talking logarithmically orders of magnitude.
Yeah.
You would have to change your scaling system to logarithmic to just not just have a straight exponential line up.
I mean, I've got Yucca Mountain in my backyard for all intents and purposes. Like, the facility is here.
And we had nuke here in Omaha too for a while. And I think that got shut down very recently, but that was a very old reactor that they just needed to shut down. The problem with a lot of what we face now, as far as what we're using for projections, is every projection we have is based off reactors that were built in the 1970s.
Yes. And the only way I've looked at decent projections is if you look at current generation carriers and subs for the military. Because they have the modern safety record. They have the modern emission standards. And I mean, they've yet to have an accident.
Yeah. And in 500 years, if a war destroys the containment facilities,
I mean,
you're talking about hypotheticals that we just...
And I mean, are you aware of the Yucca Mountain facility and what it looks like and how amazingly stable it is and how deep it is?
I don't think a lot of people recognize that unless they saw Godzilla.
Yeah, probably. You would have to drive a nuke into a secured, locked off, like Cheyenne Mountain style complex. Drive it very far underground. And even then, the geological structure above the facility would collapse inward. It would just collapse down on it. It wouldn't like spray out of it. Yeah, it's.
And most nukes are developed to blow up 1,000 feet above ground.
Yeah, it just wouldn't. Yeah, I'm talking about leaving a clean environment for the next 25,000 years. You're insane.
I mean, we can plan for that, and we can create a system which can be replaced and refitted and retrofitted for new technology and quote unquote future proof. At least try to future proof ourselves.
No,
But
Ghost. People who aren't American use the period where we use the comma. It's a common global thing. So just a heads up. There's very little planning for 25,000 years into human future. I'm just reminded of Mark saying, "Don't write recipes for the cook shops of the future."
and the other part is we can. The only part that we would have to worry about is, people actually have thought about this though, is like, how do we create a warning label that people that don't speak English understand? And that's why we have the current, skull and crossbones.
Yep.
That's why we have current,
The nuclear symbol, the history of the radiation warning symbol is fascinating to read. All right, so I'm going to try and scroll back. Forgive me for even addressing this insanity. Oh, it just sort of pulled me. Oh, God damn it. Who did that? Right as I got to the message. God damn it, RV. I was right looking at it. I wanted to read that shit. Fucking, what the fuck was that dude on about? Like, I want a summary. I demand a summary from chat. What the fuck was that dude on about? Because I just saw a whole bunch of shit about Christianity and homosexuality and something. I demand summaries.
as part of the non-theist debate community, that would be fun.
He wanted a straight emote on Twitch. Easy summary. Twitch should base all of its TOS on religion. Yeah. Estrella, give it a shout out.
I mean, for all his problems, Thunderfoot does a pretty good job of explaining why nuclear is a great short-term solution before we can go fully green. I mean, he's a terrible person otherwise, but his scientific knowledge is.
I'm not even aware of how he is as a person, but yeah, his scientific knowledge seems up to spec, which is all you really need out of him, right? Just don't
he led his anti-SJW charge against Anita Sarkeesian.
I don't even know who that is.
Gamergate.
Oh, okay. I don't understand like the drama that people get into. Like I don't understand the weird levels of like Vosh, Destiny, fucking like I don't understand the levels of drama that people get involved in. It's like, guys, there's literally people dying. Dial it back a touch.
Vosh to me though is tolerable. I don't know. I kind of like the way, for me, I had a Hunter Avalon level of epiphany and change, and it was pretty stark. So I kind of like listening to those types of people. I mean, yeah, they're entertainment, but they can still change people's minds too.
Oh, I agree. There's an argument to be made there about fucking, different praxis for different spaces. There is room for that sort of entertainment style praxis and, sort of, dare I say, high school level of drama. Some people get attracted to that sort of thing.
Not me anymore, but I still pop on Vosh for background noise.
All right, yeah. Rabbit saying Debosh being debate bro Vosh is fine. Vosh being let me dissect how everybody on YouTube and Twitter is wrong is tedious beyond belief. Yeah, see, I don't really watch these people. That's the thing, is I don't really watch any of them. So
I like smaller creators because I can actually get to know them and discuss things with them, which is Amazing that I found you today.
You've been here before though. I know your name.
Nope, I'm the first. This is the first time I've ever actually sought out political Twitch.
There is somebody who is running around with Swede as a secondary name to their username, that has been in here within the past month. Yeah. Because I remember calling them Swede. That's
We are pretty sweet people.
That's funny. Let's see. Is that the same guy who was yelling about overrepresentation with emotes? Is he the same one that we brought on air that was all about it? I thought that was someone different.
I knew I had a terrible voice for radio, but I don't think I'm that.
Oh.
Thought Slime to me, I have a thing with Thought Slime. Thought Slime's intentions are great. His ability to understand that everything he proposes is just a rebranding of what already exists or completely discounts the thought of, holy crap, this is a highly specialized position, and rotating them out every year is just a freaking bad idea. You can't train somebody for 3 years to take a position for 1 year and then rotate them out. It just doesn't work like that. And I don't understand where he gets, I don't think he thinks things through.
And Night Lotus is saying, by the way, you have a great voice for radio.
Well, I appreciate it.
I
think everyone hates the sound of their own voice, though.
It's never bothered me, but I have dramatic training, so I got used to it probably before I was even conscious of it. Yeah, it's never been an issue for me. I don't know.
Or at least that's what people tell me is, you're just going to hate the sound of your own voice.
Yeah, I think a lot of it is, well, one, people don't understand the resonance issue. They think that the voice they're going to hear is going to be the exact same voice they hear in their head. And as long as you go into it knowing that there's a difference, then, maybe you will come to tolerate it easier, let alone like it easier. Let's see. Bunch of people fucking don't hate. A bunch of people hate the way their voices sound. Yeah, that's what a theater kid would say, Kai. Exactly. Yep.
Just whispered my YouTube channel.
Oh. Fuck. Let me grab it. Let's give that a fucking shout out.
I only have like 5 or 6 videos, but when egregious lies are told by politicians that deal with economics, I post.
You've got 12. Spammed in chat. Let's see. What do you call it? It's Irish Swede there as well. Wait. Let me. What do we got here? Oh, and I see you. Minimum wage, does it cause inflation and unemployment? Let's find out. Quick answer?
No.
All right.
Well, for inflation, minor, like 1%, I believe, was what happened to food prices off of a 30 or 40% rise in minimum wage.
Okay. So what's a reasonable minimum wage that you would say for modern America? Like if we had to set a new federal minimum wage that you got dictatorial power over, what would you set it at?
This is actually a fabulous question because I can make a case for any number between $15 and $23.
Could you make a case for 25?
I would be stretching it, but maybe.
Give me the low and the high.
The low would probably be 15
Wait,
to
yeah, what's the case for 15 versus what's the case for something like
case for
23?
15 was it's kind of around about 30,000 a year is kind of a good starting spot in today's. But again, I live in Omaha, so it's 30,000 a year goes a long way here. Which is my one problem with the minimum wage is it needs to somehow be locally adjusted. 30,000 a year in San Francisco doesn't mean shit.
30,000 a fucking month in San Francisco doesn't mean shit.
So I mean, when and that's kind of the point of the video is people do these criticisms gets in the way of actual legitimate criticisms that need to be solved for, as far as the minimum wage is concerned. And you know, like, what do you tie the minimum wage to? Because CPI is a horrible measure.
So what would you tie it
Tie
to?
it to productivity increases? Do you tie it to a different inflationary measure? Do you tie it to, say, a different basket of indicators? Do you create, as far as creating a new index, how do you measure what you peg it to? And it gets pretty interesting when you get on and on down the line of how you do this, because like the from 1966 till today, if they would have adjusted minimum wage for productivity gains, it would be at $20, $22, $23 an hour. And if you would have done it on CPI, it would be about 15. That's why the range is 15 to 23.
So if you were going to do a more dynamic distribution of minimum wage and tie it to something, what would be the thing that you would, or set of things that you would attempt to tie it to?
Housing and food.
Okay.
I mean, housing, food, possibly transportation, like a percentage of transportation cost to make it to work. Here in Omaha, that would be different than, say, New York City. You would have to adjust for, can you take the train or not? In Omaha, we don't have public transit. I mean,
trust me. Yeah, I'm in one of those cities too. I have a buddy who used to take public transportation for a long time because he didn't have a car, and we measured it from his house to mine. What it took to drive versus what it took for him to ride the bus over here. And it blows people's minds because it was approximately 24, 25 minutes, depending on traffic, right? If he took the bus, it was close to 4 hours.
Yeah. I know people that during the summer, they ride their bike over to the bus station and then take off, and that's fine, but in Omaha, we have really fucking cold winters.
Yeah.
And it's, and for them to walk is just stupid. And then for them to drive half the distance already there, they're like, well, why don't I just drive the rest of the way? So for cities like ours that are so spread out, it doesn't make any sense. Manhattan Island, it's a great thing.
So I have to ask, what are your opinions on UBI?
It's a great stopgap. There's two ways that I've seen it looked at. You set it at a rate which you can get rid of all other means tested things, such as welfare or anything else, and that would be like $3,000 a month per person.
Doesn't extrapolate correctly for healthcare, because that's a dependent sort of situation. Somebody's Medicaid bill per month could be,
this you would already have Medicare for all with this.
Okay, cool. With the caveat that we have universal single payer healthcare. Cool. Yep. Glad we can cross that hurdle already. All right.
Yep. That's already in place. UBI would be like a step 2.
Okay.
Step 1 would be Medicare for all and means tested elimination. Eliminate all means testing for most benefits.
Okay.
Especially like tuition assistance and things like that.
So
I don't care if my taxes go up and some rich kid gets a free lunch. I don't care.
Yeah.
because his parents or her parents or their parents is going to pay a fuckload of taxes. And
Yeah.
if
To
they have their
offset
tuition
that
taken
free
care of, I don't
lunch.
give a shit.
Yeah. So okay, so this is the common question that I get. How do we pay for UBI?
UBI would be paid for a Social Security like tax. It would actually replace Social Security. You would just replace Social Security, uncap the tax. So right now, I get a raise about in November because Social Security stops being taken out of my checks.
A couple less submarines is what somebody said.
It would actually be quite a bit more. I mean, think 350 million. How many adults do we have? 200 million?
Good night, Cassidy. Yeah, I've seen able-bodied adults. I've seen from 180 to 220 before. I don't know whose number to trust, quite frankly.
Even, not able-bodied. I mean, just everybody over the age of 18. Maybe 250 million. Sure, 250 million. Whatever. That's $750 billion a month at $3,000 a month. That's a trillion. That's 12 trillion a year. I mean, so you have to come up with where that's coming from. And you basically take the Social Security tax, uncap it so that everybody pays it no matter what wages they have. And you create a wealth tax that could be skirted if your wealth is in a closely held company that gets distributed to the workers. This is my little fun and games one. So Jeff Bezos doesn't want to pay the 2% wealth tax, he can get around by not paying it by distributing 2% of his shares of stock to the workers.
Okay. All right. How many do you think would utilize that methodology? I mean, there's no way to tell really, but I mean, what do you think it would look like?
It's a pie in the sky, wishful thinking. Still fun to think about though.
Okay. So,
but you would have a wealth tax over, say, I don't know what's reasonable, 10 million? Sure.
I mean, yeah, I'm willing to drop that number even further down, but sure, 10 million.
The only reason I think, okay, if you drop it down, then I would have a special exclusion for farms.
That is true. That is true. I get that. I could get behind that. COVID cost $2 trillion. I mean, it would be, I mean, let's see. We could save over 10 years. What are the Koch brothers estimate? 54 to 36 trillion. It would reduced if you did Medicare for all. The Koch brothers study found a reduction over 10 years from 54 trillion healthcare costs down to something like 36 or 32.
It's 50 to 32. It's a savings of 18 trillion.
Yeah. So we could save 18 trillion right there on healthcare costs over 10 years. 1.8 trillion right there, just hammered out just by doing Medicare for all. How much did we need per year?
12 trillion, roughly.
So let's just say 10 odd. How much is total Social Security income per year in this country? What's that look like? Like, as far as federal income from Social Security taxes goes.
Oh, you're going to ask me that, aren't you?
I'm looking at it. I'm looking it up too.
And of course, they don't have total Social Security tax receipts. Of course.
Tax revenue per year.
Well, this would also not be an accurate representation because I'm talking about an uncapped.
So we could increase that from whatever it may be.
Yeah. So right now, about $120,000 of annual wages, you stop getting charged Social Security taxes because it caps out, because your benefit also caps out, and that's their reasoning. If you just have a straight 3,000 for everyone, you just create a flat tax across the board, and that's that, and you uncap it.
Do you
So you
think?
can imagine 6 point, or that'd be 12% on all wages. So take the total wages and multiply it by 12%. And that's that.
Do you think it's actually forget remove the political element? Let's just forget the political will and the capital that it takes to push something like this through. Do you think the math is there for all of this? Do you think the economics is there for it all? For Medicare for all and a UBI, do you think that it's sound math and economics?
Yes, mainly because the United States dollar has what we call exorbitant privilege. Let me tell you a little story about last February. There was an article that came out that stated, and this is hilarious how these dominoes fell the way they did, but that there was a shortage of US dollars in the world to clear all current accounts of 10 trillion, meaning the demand for the US dollar outstripped its supply by 10 trillion, which was going to spike the value of the US dollar so hard that US manufacturers would almost be impossible for them to export. And then COVID hit and basically saved the US dollar's ass.
Nobody mentioned this to the Q cult heads, all right? Let's just keep this between us.
The US dollar would have appreciated so much that it would have made exports so unaffordable that American companies would have been stymied. Now, it just so happens that COVID happened and we started our recession a little bit earlier. It just would have ended up in a recession. I mean, it wouldn't, some US companies would have faltered, failed, got bailed out, whatever. I mean, it wouldn't have been an economic catastrophe. It just would have been this weird confluence of things happening that not many people understand, that the US dollar is everything around the world.
Yeah.
All business is transacted in the dollar.
This is all tied to that reserve currency status.
Exactly. And
Yeah.
that's why, if you want to learn about it, look up the term exorbitant privilege of the US dollar, and it'll tell you all about, exactly why we can print basically whatever we want within reason, but nobody knows what that reason is. Nobody knows where that line is. Is it another 500 trillion? Can we just print that? Probably. Maybe. Nobody knows.
Interesting. What would the point of diminishing returns look like on that? And is it predictable, or at least is it identifiable before you cross that line?
That's the thing, is we don't know.
Dark arts, folks. Dark arts. This is why I call them the dark arts.
The other thing that with $3,000 let's say monthly UBI, would be how much economic growth would that spur too? Because we know people that make under $75,000 a year, every dollar they get extra gets spent.
Yep.
Basically, or at least 95% of it gets spent, and this would be called trickle up economics, where we're giving massive amounts of money to the lower classes, and that would trickle up. But the nice thing about this is you're giving direct money. You're not hoping it trickles down. You're just giving it to the lower classes and then hoping it trickles up. I don't know.
You don't really give a shit if it does at that point.
Yeah, if it doesn't, then who cares? They're already rich.
Yeah. There's this, I talk about this, and I like having an actual credentialed economist. By the way, I'm keeping you in the fucking community for sure. I want to be able to reach out to an economist from time to time and be like, I have a question. There's this French socialist who is sort of this reformist, Andre Gores. I don't know if you've ever come across this name or not.
I have not.
He basically argued that you can utilize state-run social welfare programs as a leading edge for revolutionary erosive tactics. That you can erode capitalism, you can erode authoritarianism from the inside, utilizing these inherently statist policies. That things like welfare programs that take care of the subsistence conditions and some of the material conditions of the populace can be used as this sort of double-edged sword. Yes, you are beholden to the system. Yes, it is controlled from a governmental level, but in that moment, in that window, in that pocket, you can sort of begin to construct the sort of emancipatory destinations beyond authoritarianism, beyond capitalism, beyond the state, that sort of thing. And because if you take care of those material conditions of food, housing, healthcare, that sort of thing, it does free people up to do other things outside of that system. And you can use that as this sort of double-edged sword and cut the system at the same time. Do you see, in your opinion, is that accurate? That's at least an achievable thing, that utilizing something as Medicare for All and UBI and these social welfare programs actually can be used in that sort of double-edged manner?
So there's a common theme in economic thought right now is that Medicare for All and maybe even UBI, and actually probably highly likely UBI, although we haven't really done the math on this yet, would actually be an incredible boon to innovation, in that taking risk right now in the United States is a hell of a risk. So quitting your job means likely losing your health care. Quitting your job likely means you're basically banking on your savings covering you for a while and hopefully things getting started up and having a payback. And if it doesn't, then your wages when you return may not be what they were when you left. And that is a legitimate fear for somebody who may have the next cure for type 124 of cancer, or whoever could have been smart enough to go to college who couldn't take the risk of going to college because of the amount of debt, who would program CRISPR so that my FBN1 gene didn't cause my heart to almost explode. I try to personalize some of these things so that people can.
If you really are the first time on the channel today, I suffer from progressive small fiber neuropathy, likely autoimmune driven, but we can't get the fucking healthcare system to recognize that. So my body is eating my small fiber nerves, and so I am in constant pain and suffering because of that. But definitely, trust me, I understand you coming from that angle. Like, hey, maybe
I have Marfan's. So Marfan's is a genetic mutation of your FBN1 gene, which produces fibrillin, which is what makes your connective tissue elastic.
So you're in that, like, was it CIPD territory almost?
Ehlers-Danlos is a
okay. We have had, you're like the third person. We had two people with Ehlers-Danlos on the channel the same day.
Yeah. Ehlers-Danlos is much more common. Marfan's is much more deadly.
I'm sorry to hear that, by the way.
I've actually had the worst thing that could possibly happen to me, and I beat 20 million to 1 odds to win. So cool.
Gamble. If you're ever out my way, I'll take you to the casino.
Are you out east?
I'm in Vegas.
Okay. Oh yeah, I go to Vegas every year.
So, fucking hit me up. Just hand you some cash. You gamble.
My high school best friend is the head of K9 security for all of what's the group of casinos? Oh, it just escaped my mind.
Caesars, MGM, Bally, MGM Bally's. Yeah.
All of the MGM properties. So he leads the K9 security group.
Yes, and for those of you who don't know, the security at casinos in this state and in this city have a level of autonomy, the likes of which is terrifying. Casinos have their own jails, just so you know. They will eventually transfer you over to the Metropolitan Police Department, but they can hold you until it's convenient for them to do so. Just saying.
The bones in your fingers may or may not still be contiguous.
Let's see. Dragon Daughter, thank you so much.
Innovation. and UBI, and in terms of innovation and the ability to take risk. Now, if you talk about an average person who's like, okay, if I take this risk and I still have $3,000 a month, and I still have healthcare, and I still have and a minimum wage that when I go back to work, going back to the working class, I have at least an idea of what I will be making when I go back to work, plus all these other things that I have while I'm taking this risk. Imagine how many more people would be willing to take a risk for innovation's just for innovation's sake.
I always come at it as an anarchist for mutual aid and solidarity networks, and that's how I argue it is like, if somebody's going to, put time into a community garden or any sort of, teaching efforts or any sort of solidarity efforts within their local community, they now have the time, the effort, the resources. They could dial back hours at work if they so choose. They could take off entirely to do it. So I'm glad to see that is the thought process, that even within economic circles, the speculation is that innovation would potentially shoot through the roof as a result of that.
I'm trying to find the link that actually there's a study that came out in September of last year that actually proves that capitalism suppresses innovation.
If you can get that to me, that's going in my cheat sheet. Oh, because we get hit with the capitalism drives innovation all the time. That would be super useful for my collection.
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't.
I love that just sort of offhand. Yeah, it doesn't.
The amount of companies that buy other companies and shut down their research just so they can get rid of a competitor is astronomical.
Wither King, yes, I have a cheat sheet. I am working on it. When it gets out of the alpha stages of development, I will let the community have it. As it stands, only Kat, my mod, has seen it. It's in very early stages, but yeah, I have a singular self-contained HTML file that uses a little bit of coding behind the scenes to make it usable, menu structure, collapsible, that sort of stuff, that I am slowly putting stuff into. And so, yeah, eventually I will also have one of those community style cheat sheets, fact sheets, whatever you call them, but I call it a cheat sheet. Take your time.
If anybody wants to follow me, I am at Swede_Irish on Twitter, and I post shit like this all the time. I do studies like this. I retweet these things out all the time.
All right. So what was your username? Sorry.
Swede_Irish.
Was Irish Swede already taken?
No, I just typed in Irish Swede and it put it backwards.
Interesting. Followed.
I'm trying to find the minimum wage one. Here we are. Nope. Here's one. Medicare for All would boost wages and expand worker pay. I'm sure you'd like that one.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Drop it somewhere. I don't. If you want, put it on shared content in the Discord server.
Yeah, I like the EPI. They're good. Good people.
And if you can, if it's not too much, like find that.
I whispered both those links to you.
Okay. The capitalism stifles innovation.
That's the one that's from Stanford, and then the EPI is Medicare for All.
Thank you so much. Barley said, "Good job, sweet Irish." Yeah, that is a common talking point that we encounter on the regular, that, well, without capitalism, we'd all still be fucking in the caves and that sort of shit. I usually approach it from a historical aspect, because I'm more well versed in political science and history than I am economics, quite frankly. But it's good to have a solid economist take and an economic argument to fall back on as well.
Yeah, what I was taught in college wasn't necessarily true, and that was a hard pill to swallow, that I paid $45,000 for a master's degree in which half of it was garbage.
I did I did management of information systems, and I remember taking a pop quiz, right? 10 questions, and I got 9 out of the 10 incorrect. And I ended up going up to the professor and being like, if this were 10 years ago, you would be correct. But I am going to sit here with you and show you how you are so far out of date with your coursework that all 10 of these are correct. That's how bad the coursework was. It was just, it's like you realize technology moves at a clip that you are not accounting for. And you're marking questions incorrectly for now. You're marking them correct if we were a decade in the past. And so, yeah, I understand that feeling of looking at your sort of, your academic experience and going, I paid for this, did I?
So to answer your question about could we have a tax to pay for UBI? So in 2019, total wages were $18.6 quadrillion. Believe I'm reading this right in billions. No, 18 trillion. So yeah, 12% of that would be the tax, and that would cover some of it plus the savings off Medicare for All, and yeah, you'd cover it. So yeah, it's possible.
I'm Dragon Daughter. I just finished reading what you sent. I'm glad that you got that sorted out. I'm sorry that you had to go through that. Our system sucks. Let's just put it that way. Red Thoughts. I think capitalism has earned its place as an overall good to humanity. Doubt, but I do agree with, however, think it's time for us to move on. I do think that there's positive benefits to come out of it, but I also think that we're in sort of a, reduced benefit sort of scenario. I think that we've begun to decline and the exploitation is a bit too high. Hello, Stop the Steal 2020 MAGA. Welcome back. Somebody even
We've had 1,300 years of capitalism. I think it's time to give something else a try.
What would you advocate for?
Well, right now I would advocate for workers forming unions across the board, and then beyond the Great Grand Strike, I don't know, and I think that goes back to the don't make recipes for kitchens that aren't invented yet.
I actually have an essay advocating for anarcho-syndicalism because I see that sort of syndicate trade unionist philosophy as the best sort of half step, the measure that this country and maybe the rest of the world is prepared to take.
I'm a big believer in federalism as long as the federalism is from the bottom up.
Oh, I actually talk about the scope and scale topic and utilizing federation within the model in the essay, that it's, you can federate this. It's fine using that sort of style of organizational structure, but you have to have a bottom-up individual sovereignty versus a top-down authoritarianism to implement it.
Yeah, I think there's a lot to be said for having closer government, but say a larger overarching distribution network systemization. So you have your local rules that make sense for your local area, but you have a resource systemization of distribution across larger areas, and those would be two different sets, but they would be governed by the same, by the federation of people. And I think, is it the Cherokee or is it the Iroquois system that was a lot like that?
It was the Iroquois.
So you would probably look at it a lot with the way, because I mean, we stole our entire constitution from the Iroquois, didn't we?
Yes, we did. Well, not the whole thing, but the entire. the entire federation, a federated group of states operating as, you know, a single contingency, definitely whole cloth copied. And Rabbit is in chat, who is, you know, who is a person of indigenous heritage and an anthropologist at professor level. And can speak on that extensively. But yes, it is not incorrect to say that a significant portion of it was lifted whole cloth.
Except for the fact that people, I guess starting with Lincoln, with the Civil War, it became a top-down system than a bottom-up system. Or at least started that trend to be more of a top-down.
Red thoughts. I am in that as well. I think we are in the sort of like Marxian analysis of late stage, end stage capitalism, and it starts to turn inward on itself. And you start to see this era of like very sped up boom and bust cycles and collapse upon itself. Just me, not an economist.
The contradictions are becoming more and more clear. The question is are people going to increase their class consciousness or not?
Yeah.
And someone who makes $100,000 a year truly seeing themselves as part of the proletariat, because they are. If they're wage earners, they're proletariat.
Yeah,
and I don't think they realize that.
We often try, because we have people come in and say like they're a capitalist, and chat will jump on them and be like, really? Are you? How many factories do you own? Like, how many means of production are you actually in control? Oh, you just derive a salary. Oh, well, in that case, yeah.
I mean, you're a capitalist in the sense that, yes, we are forced to be kind of through our retirement funds. Kind of, you know, in a way. But no, we don't own a particular factory that produces anything that we exploit labor for excess value.
Do you have any economics books to get a like understanding, especially from a leftist space, right? Bunch of anarchists, bunch of communists, bunch of socialists, bunch of syndicalists. Is there something that I can add to the reading list that is like, hey, you need to know this to understand like economics?
Like, you know, an Austrian economist who advocated for socialism.
I mean, just the mere mention of Austrian economics usually scares the shit out of my channel, but I'll take the recommendation.
Schumpeter wrote a book called Capitalism, Socialism, and Democracy, and he is one of the few Austrian economists who recognize that socialism is the end game.
Okay.
And the sources are great. My other recommendation, though, you have to take this with a little bit of a grain of salt and with this caveat. Dave Graeber's book, Debt, the First 5,000 Years, is great, except for the claims he makes that he doesn't source. Oh my God, does he pull some shit out of his butt that you cannot, you can't confirm. And it's just mind-numbing to read somebody who half the book is sourced wonderfully and you can tie it back to actual facts, and the other half of the book is absolute shit.
Okay, so I will put those in chat for those of you who want it. First one. There's the first book. And
Howard Zinn's, A People's History, is a great class look of history from 1492 to today.
And there's the second one. Cool.
I mean, there's problems with every system. Even democracy has its own problems. It can become a popularity contest, and, all populism itself can turn on you, and it can be ugly. Democracy requires an educated populace and a high level of critical thought. With, yes, Tale of Two Rabbit, he invented the term creative destruction. So it's and Schumpeter gets into this, and he's very honest about, look, if you're going to have a true democracy, and if you're going to have socialism and a democratization of the workplace and everything like this, you have to have systems set up ahead of time so that you don't have this shit democracy.
Education, 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 education.
And that's what it all comes down to, is an education system that is not built to create obedient workers.
Yeah. Barely educated button pushers, as Carlin used to be a fan of calling them. I mean, this is sort of I hammer all the time. Anarchism, it has a long tradition within education. Because half of what anarchism is teaching you that, one, it's an option, and two, how it works. So anarchists are intimately involved, and there's schools of education that anarchists have founded. And I mean like schools in like Austrian or Chicago School of anarchism. It's that style of school of education. And that is the number one thing that I do on a day-to-day basis, is people wash in upon my shores and be like, not only is this an option that you may not have been aware of, or if you were aware of it, you were miseducated purposefully about it, but it's also a viable option. Despite what Fox News may have been saying about anarchists or socialists or whatever.
Yeah. I mean, for your your listeners, Schumpeter you might sneer at him a little bit, and it's just a great second view from the outside of how other people view socialism, and how he works his way into thinking that it is the end game from an Austrian economic point of view.
Is there?
And so you're probably going to read the first few parts of it and get pissed, but I think you need to slog through it.
Is there a book on socialist economics from a modern perspective, right? Like, this is sort of like, as an anarchist, is like, yeah, sure, read Kropotkin, read Bakunin, but there's modernists as well that, weren't Russian princes living in the late 1800s. Is there something that can educate a group on sort of the dynamics and the nitty gritty of what it would look like, how it would operate, what you need to know in a modern context?
That isn't an academic textbook. I don't know.
I will take the academic textbook.
I would have to go back and open the box up and probably get back to you.
Okay.
On that one.
I'm fine with the academic texts. I mean, I might have the econ book might kill me, but I'll give it the old college try. Wither King has a question for you. Should they get into stocks?
I am licensed as a financial planner and advisor, and I cannot give you advice. I literally cannot answer this question.
Yep. Sorry. Yeah.
I can tell you, go find somebody you know and trust and talk to them.
There you go. Find someone you can get to know and trust and talk to them. All right. How long have I been on? I think I'm in the 5.5 hour territory. So Irish Swede, thank you so much for stopping by.
No problem. I have fun with these.
There?
I just started not too long ago, and I started listening to other leftist content after I decided Vosh just wasn't my cup of tea for serious discussion, and I've been out looking for new people to listen to that don't create echo chambers. Oh, I hate that. So that's why I stuck around.
There is Irish Swede's Twitter in chat. Is there I'll give you your out. Is there anything you'd like to say to chat?
If any of you feel like donating money, the Marfan Foundation, can I plug them?
Yeah. Oh yeah.
What they do is they help people who are on the lower income spectrum afford genetic testing and find doctors that are specialized in this particular very specialized syndrome. And if, about 70,000 people in the United States suffer from it. And if you catch this early enough, you go from looking to die around 30 to 40 years old to having a full, long, healthy life. It is, and it doesn't, they basically take genetic testing cost from $5,000 to maybe $250. And then I think the John Ritter Foundation will take care of the rest. if you get hooked up with a doctor that knows what they're doing and works with these foundations and knows how to work the system in this. My doctor was great. She told me where to go and how to do all this. And so then the Marfan Foundation is great at finding you a specialized doctor in your area and getting people tested. So I plugged them. I did a charity stream for them, raised a couple $1,000 for them. You'll notice the 9-hour stream on my YouTube.
Yep.
But other than that is learn critical thinking. When people tell you something, why are they telling you what they're telling you? What's their bias? We all have bias. That's fine. You know, it is, we all have some self-interest that we're biased by, but think critically about what they're trying to tell you and why.
All right. Well, thank you so much. And I hope you stay in the community. I hope you stop by again when you have time. You know, I know somebody with your sort of job role doesn't have a ton of spare time on their hands as a professional.
Yeah, you'd be surprised. I'm actually doing work while we're talking. So
nice. Look at you multitasking. All right. Well, thank you, my friend.
Problem. I'll get out of your hair and let you have your show back.
Oh, no worries. But yeah, I will catch you another time. Everyone, Irish Swede, thank you for stopping by. Thank you for giving us a leftist economist position. I'm going to grab those 2 books and give them a look-see. And I've got those articles as well, those papers and those articles. And I will be using those in defense. Hey, Squid. Yes, we now have... Here's the paper that talks about how capitalism is driving down innovation instead of driving it up. And here is the link about how Medicare for All would boost workers' wages, and likely create jobs. Ooh, duly noted. Thank you, Sweet. I will keep that in mind. What's going on? What's going on in chat? Oh, Jesus Christ. Is Stop the Steal being some sort of like colonial, like I'm seeing some sort of colonial bullshit. In fact, Stop the Steal. You need to read Arming America, A History of Firearms in America. As somebody who is well schooled in firearms and gun culture. Oh, he did? Good for him. In fact, the weapon that we most often used to kill natives, the native population in this country, was not firearms. It was fire. I am pro-gun red, but not in the same way that the crazy right is. But yeah, I am pro-firearms ownership. Yeah, I have a deep understanding of this topic. Let's just put it that way. I have been given tours of ATF firearms confiscation lockups. My stepfather was childhood friends with who would go on to be the regional director for the New England Bureau of ATF. I have taught firearms classes. I've been certified. My mom was tapped for Olympic shooting. Like I'm one of these people. Like I've come from that culture. And I'm well educated in the history of firearms ownership in America because we have very extensive manufacturers records and military purchases. And the fact of the matter is that firearms in a Revolutionary era context were extraordinarily rare. These were high value, high ticket items that were purchased by governments. If a family could afford a firearm of their own, it was guaranteed to be an heirloom. It was going to be passed down through generation to generation. But the number one cause of death in direct conflict events with indigenous population in America was often fire, not firearms. We would surround a village and light it on fire. Like any of the structures would be lit on fire. And then if someone ran out, they would be attacked and or shot if they could be. You still have your father's 1921 Ithaca 12 gauge pump action. That's a solid piece of metal right there. Nice. Yeah. So this sort of like firearms won the new world, and this country was built on firearms is bullshit. It's bullshit. It has no historical record whatsoever. I have literal manufacturer's records on this matter from that era. The fact of the matter is that this is an area I can speak on directly. Yeah, I'll come light your house on fire and see if you don't fucking lose your mind. Yeah, it's an effective technique, right? Like lighting things on fire is a terrifying technique. I mean, we still use thermal detonate. We still use thermal products as a warfare tactic. Like we still do that. It's a terrifying methodology of fighting. I mean, yeah, without a fire department, you'd be screwed. Yeah, multiple tactics, Dolcharm, but direct conflict, it was our go-to for many, many, many years. Let me go see if I can find a record. All right, give me a second here. I have the book, but let's see. All right. Let's see. Now we've got the New Netherlands militia formed in around 1664. They refused to fight the English. All right, so we start to see the gathering of firearms then. Mohawk, French, American militias of 17th century. There we go. The American militia of the 17th century proved largely ineffective against the sorry, Rabbit. I'm just going to read this verbatim. I'm sorry. I'm going to quote it directly. The American this is, you know, a firearms text, not an indigenous rights text. The American militias of the 17th century proved largely ineffective against the Indians in open battle without the aid of allied Indians. No militia would even consider doing battle against a force of professional soldiers, no matter how small. As a consequence, British governors in the late 17th century developed a defensive strategy that relied on allies and the occasional collection of hired rangers to protect their borders. The militia remained a little more than a political gesture. Yeah, I know, right, Rabbit? Intended to convince settlers that they still played a role in their own defense. This strategy fit in well with a number of practical considerations involving munitions. First and foremost was the fact that every gun present in 17th century North America came from Europe. The various governments of Europe could perceive no reason for helping to develop arms manufacturing in America, especially as most were still busily supporting the creation of domestic gun makers. Given the complete failure of settlers to care for those guns that they did receive, or to learn their proper use, as well as the evident insufficiencies of the militia, any European nation would need some compelling reason to spend the money required to ship arms to America. Hey, Sue. Sorry, Sue, as well. And those arms that were sent were best directed to the types of people who would take the time to use and maintain them properly: professional soldiers and allied Indians. An equally compelling reason for limiting the flow of firearms to North America was the absence of strong evidence that guns made any decisive decision in warfare. 17th century firearms offered two advantages: psychological impact and wounding power. The presence of a gun affected both its possessor and its intended victim. The former gained the confidence from its bulk and deadly aura. The latter felt terror at its noise and uncertainty of the bullet's path. Though many, I'm uncomfortable reading it this way. I'm going to on the fly change it. Though many indigenous doubted the military efficacy of firearms, they certainly appreciated the totemic qualities of guns, often displaying their few firearms to their enemies in hopes of scaring them off. One notable occasion, two Iroquois even dressed in French clothes in an effort to convince the Erie people that they possessed the terrifying European weapons. And there was certainly reason to be frightened. The wounding power of the gun was well known, tearing larger holes, spilling more blood, and smashing bones in excess of any other weapon. When the musket ball managed to actually hit flesh, it expanded, causing an enormous wound that wouldn't be easily closed by surgery, as could arrow and blade wounds. The effectiveness of firearms at close quarters had assuredly been demonstrated, but at any other mid to long range failed numerous times. European methods of fighting the indigenous, it seemed best to limit the number of guns exported to the New World, as well as to restrict distribution. In battle, the gun was fired once and then thrown aside for the ensuing charge with bladed weapons, a method that lasted into the 19th century. It is not too surprising, then, that North Americans often perceived the axe as the equal of the gun. In 1778, Daniel Trabue wrote of a neighbor named Lucas, looking forward to battle with the indigenous. He wanted so bad to have the chance of killing them. He said he knew he would kill 5 himself. He could shoot, he could tomahawk, and make use of his butcher knife. Such boasts were common throughout the entire colonial period. Equally common was Lucas' actual performance once on the march. Ordered to watch the horses, he left them to join his companions. I was afraid to stay by myself. He never got a chance to kill anyone, although his company did plunder some goods. and this is heavily sourced. I mean, this is extraordinarily well sourced. It's written by a Princeton professor. The fact of the matter is that basically no one had guns. The few people that had guns didn't use them as a primary methodology of engaging in warfare. They used it for shock and awe, threw it away, and then did some other shit. This idea that colonial America was settled by the gun doesn't stand up to history. And anybody in the firearms realm knows this already. We're all schooled on this stuff. Pew pew stick, yeet us away in charges. Fire, honestly, fire killed more indigenous people than firearms ever did. So this idea that this technologically advanced society is what managed to win the day against this barbaric population of backwards people is just some weird ass colonial fantasy you tell yourself. Watch the Patriot. Oh yeah, I want to see what Rabbit's been saying. One second. I just want to scroll back and see what Rabbit's saying. Thank you for the follow, Young. Okay. All right, cool. Caught up. Psycho Bunny Fufu. Nice name. Thank you for the follow. We're just having a little... yeah, and Paul Revere whispered in fear of being turned in. Paul Revere wasn't even the guy. The guy's name was Israel. Well, Paul Revere rode like a couple of blocks. The guy who rode the distance was a guy by the name of Israel Bissell. Wait, who are you responding to? Yeah, exactly, Pops. Great name, Israel Bissell. It's a hell of a name. Hello, John. No offense, Frida. I just consult Rabbit. We have a resident fucking indigenous anthropologist. So, like, hey, Rabbit, I have a question. It's like having your own fucking anthropological indigenous Wikipedia. I'm gonna have to pull that message just so you know, Grant. Pops. No worries though. My favorite factoid though is how much influence Marx had over the formation of the Republican Party and how that much pisses off the Republicans today. That's fucking solid. It's okay, Pops. No worries. Yeah, I don't know how long you rang. I don't know how long you've been in here, Links, but yeah, we have somebody who was talking about how the technological advantage and how guns settled the colonial era and beat back the, those barbarians that were the indigenous population and that sort of thing. And I mean, I've got tomes on the firearm side of it showing, manufacturer records and stuff like that, it wasn't. It's just not a thing. So I can hit it from the, I can hit it from the side of, as far as the military, firearms, and manufacturing complex is concerned, we have consistent record keeping from that entire era. We actually have manufacturers' records, arms transfer records, transportation records for shipments from Europe to the colonies, and how limited they were. It's a well-documented area. In fact, not even Bo's Links. The go-to for colonialists of the era was either a tomahawk or an axe, a hatchet of some sort, and then a large bladed knife with fire as one of the most common group warfare elements. They would fire a shot from their rifle and they just toss it to the side. It was just that simple. They just bang, get rid of it, and you could get maybe a kill if you were really good and lucky with that rifle. It was very hit and miss, and you had to use it at short range. This sort of like Last of the Mohicans marksman shit that people think that existed during that era with a smoothbore rifle isn't a thing. You're not hitting a moving deer in the middle of the forest at full clip with a smoothbore rifle at 150 yards. Like, that's just not a thing that's gonna happen. So, yeah, there's a lot of mythology built up around that era, and especially within the firearms segment of it and the warfare segment of it and that sort of thing. No, Rabbit, that would be Last of the Mohicans. I literally name checked it. Yeah. As far as movies go, it's a quality movie, but I mean, as far as firearms accuracy, good movie, not accurate. I can't speak to any of the indigenous stuff, but I can speak to the firearms handling and how accurate that was. And it's just sort of, I have to say, Cooper was creative with his ideas. Thank you. Oh, rainbow, rainbow, rainbow. Oh, and thank you for the follow, Sonder. Sorry I didn't catch yours. Let's see. I hate to say this, but I don't think musket equates with a rifle. No, it doesn't. And prior to the Civil War, what was used is called a gain twist, a gain twist rifling. It's essentially just it gradually increases. It's a static set of rifling patterns that gradually increase as you reach down to the end of the barrel. There are much more efficient manners to do it in, and even then, it's generally speaking a polygonal rifling pattern if you're going to do it, and it's usually bored out as a result. They were expensive in colonial eras to do that with. It was something that you would do in rare occasions. There is a high there's a high count of smoothbore rifles being used within the sort of colonial era of the US. I would have to pull some records I'd have to do like a week's worth of work to figure out an accurate percentage based on manufacturer and shipping records. But it is something we can do. Like I said, that era is heavily documented as far as firearms manufacturing, transfer, and usage records go. Because firearms were so expensive, and the European the imperial European countries were not looking to arm the colonialists. Galactic civilizations. Oh, fuck yeah. Not even shot. Cool boy. Many of them were run off cliffs. Many of them were killed by trains. Many of them were... We killed buffalo any way we could kill them. Oh, I forgot to do my Epic Store renewal or grab. Thank you for reminding me. Thanks. Come on. Store free. There. Get it. There we go. If you're a PC gamer, just go ahead and install Epic Store. You don't have to buy shit from them. They give shit away free all the time. There we go. Living in Montana, I can say that you can go to the bottom of pretty much any cliff and still find buffalo bones. Good night, Swede. Thank you for stopping by. Take care of yourself. It was lovely speaking with you. What's up, fucker?
What's up?
We got raided by some chuds earlier in the stream. Like we had a surge.
Oh jeez.
Yeah. A few of them got banned, a few of them got fucking tagged. But by and large, they were outnumbered.
Well, I see a lot of people that come frequent my community as well. So you had good support.
I can tell you, I was looking at some of those channel analytics the other day.
Hey, Adia.
29%. We we have 29% viewers in common.
Yeah. So you had a strong contingent of knowledgeable people.
Yeah,
We
there's.
should get Rabbit in here too.
Good night, Swede.
Good night, Swede.
He's now our resident economist.
Nice.
Yes, like actual economist. Yeah, we asked him a bunch of leftist economy questions and that sort of stuff. And, yeah. We've now got resources and reference points for, capitalism drives down innovation. It doesn't increase it. Medicare for all would actually expand jobs, not contract them. Yeah, it would increase wages as well. Like he hooked us up.
Aw, Lynx has 34% overlap with me.
Yeah. Gave us a few book recommendations as well for those of us that want to actually read about economics. Not looking forward to it. Let's just put it that way. Dude, dark arts. It is. It's the fucking dark arts. Like, yeah, we're trying to predict human behavior within a marketplace. You're trying to predict what? Oh, human behavior. That's interesting. He touched on it though. He said, it's what we call it requires what we call rational actors. Yeah, that right there tells you everything you need to know. It relies upon predicting the behavior of rational actors. Interesting.
Find me some rational actors in the marketplace, please.
Rabbit, I love the concept of rational actors. Yeah, it's the dark arts. It really is. Yeah, I know, Squid. I know. Red Thoughts. I'm getting ready to delve into calculus and linear algebra. Hooray! Good luck with that.
I feel for you, Red Thoughts. I feel for you. Psychohistory, yeah.
That's it's psychology, history, but it's also a group of social sciences. I don't know off the top of my head what all's being considered in psychohistory these days, but yeah, I know there is more than just psychology and history involved in that.
You know how you sit back. This is what you do. When they start telling you about how guns were the way that they won the West and beat the savage Indian. There is an actual picture showing buffalo skulls, a huge mountain of buffalo skulls.
Oh yeah, you fucking just drove them off the cliff.
Oh no, this was whether it was hunting them down, whether it was driving them off the cliff. So what they did was they almost wiped out the existence of buffalo on this side of the world. And after doing so, that left a mass majority of tribes without any food income. Then when they had no other choice but to sit back and go talk with the government also then decided that they were going to hand out chickenpox diseased blankets.
Smallpox.
Yeah. Smallpox.
Let's see. I like hearing about how we didn't have wheels. That's Rabbit's favorite one to this day. Thoughts? I mean, you guys had circles, right? Like,
yeah, we had circles. We had plenty of circles.
It's just
so I don't know how we didn't have the wheel.
Fucking nobody ever put a stick through the middle of it, I guess. Few thousand years, nobody thought to put a stick through the middle of it.
We actually used to have games where the young boys would learn how to properly throw a lance, so to speak.
I mean, you guys
in
are.
order when they were
Yeah, I
done.
mean, you guys are OG. Like lacrosse is your sport, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That eventually turned into hockey. That they all, today's supposedly everyone is madly in love with the sport of hockey.
Hey, Red Thoughts. Thank you for the sub. Yeah. I mean, it's just, and there's like the Arctic Games or whatever, the Arctic Winter Games that is like indigenous communities from the like, Arctic Circle that include like, the European side ones and our side ones. And, yeah. And there's a whole bunch of those there. Red Thoughts. I'm learning programming and pretty much backed into a corner at this point. I have to go to that place next. What programming language are you having to learn, or just conceptual programming? Love to know thoughts. Original Nano Dragon. I was in a room earlier where the host was wearing a shoulder holster and a handgun. I asked him why. He said because he could. No, he was wearing it because of aesthetics and fucking he's LARPing, right? Like, ooh, look at me and my fucking gun. Dude, what the fuck? Fucking, never mind the like AirSats penile, dick replacement bullshit, the psychology of it. Oh Lord. Let's see. What is cord cutting? Yes, the atlatl beaver. Fucking atlatl. The atlatl predates even North America. The atlatl goes to fucking Africa. Atlatl's old school technology. It is the human being's first weapons system. Is how those that are in the weapons trade refer to it. Mad effective technology. What is cord cutting? Cord cutting is the terminology that is used for those that sever the cord to cable TV or other forms of media consumption and utilize the internet solely. I did that quite a while ago. Python mainly, but you've got into JavaScript and HTML. Well, don't let anybody catch you saying that JavaScript and HTML are programming. Programmers get very touchy about that sort of thing. Good luck with the Python though. AirSats penile replacement from here on out. Yes, you probably. You don't even need replacement. You could probably just go with AirSats penis. Or a penile AirSats. I don't know. Latin would flip on that. But AirSats just means substitute.
Yeah, exactly, Rabbit.
Yeah,
but hey.
Yeah, Squid.
Oh. Lord Fertus is awake. Look out.
Fertus. Yeah. I wish I could drag it out further. Like, I'm starting to think the later shows have a higher count, a higher viewer count. Like, I've mentioned this like 2 or 3 times on stream, and I feel bad about it.
Yeah.
But you're a fellow streamer, you get it. I'm making the push for a partner, right? Like, I want the 50 emotes for the community. Like, the partners can unlock up to 50 emotes, and the resolution changes for the apps because you get priority access, so you don't get pushed out of that. And so there are benefits to being partner like that. And so I'm making that push, and fucking you got to maintain a 75 viewer average over 30 days, right? And I'm noticing that like the Monday, Wednesday, Friday, the early shows, the 5:30, it tends lower.
Yeah.
And so, like, I'm starting to look at that. Like, I've been holding up above in the 80s for the last, like, couple hours, but the first, like, 2.5 hours, we're holding in the 50s. So there's no way I'm going to pull this average up for this show. It's going to be, like, 59 or 62 or something like that, I think.
Yeah. Well, so you're better off doing the late night ones.
It's starting to look that way. I'm going to start keeping track of it. And pay more attention to it, and see from there. But yeah,
Yeah, I find that too. It's like when I do it in the mornings, or when I do a stream in the mornings, daytime. I get a decent amount, 17 to 20 viewers, and then if I keep going to the evening, that starts to grow more and more and more.
Hey, Sacrificial. I do remember the Red Army Honor Guard reference. Because at 5 p.m. everyone's still watching Hassan. Who the fuck would watch Hassan? No offense. Is that what I need to do, is start a beef with Hassan? Because that's the kind of shit fuckery that I will not get up to.
Start an argument with Hassan and watch your viewership grow.
Fucking 25,000 people at a clip come to yell at me.
Yeah. Well, at least they'll all be talking at the same time and viewership. So
yeah, I'll just sit here and fucking just let it happen, and then end the stream, like just 30-minute streams, but the viewer counts are like 17,000.
Yeah.
Just do that. Just take to Twitter for 30 days and fucking talk mad shit for the entire time, and then at the end of the 30 days, just make partner and walk away.
Yeah.
You've only been at it for a little over a year. I wouldn't consider myself a programmer yet. By all means. Don't worry. Interesting. Oh yeah, Rogue gave out like Rogue Ascension gave out like, I don't know, 15 gift subs last night, something like that. No. At least 25. Because it was in batches of 10 and then a 5, I think. Yeah. Wait, somebody said something that I need to address apparently. Oh, isn't anarchy right-wing? No, anarchism is a left-wing ideology as evidenced by post-leftist anarchism. No, it is most decidedly a leftist ideology. Hey, Pictional. Squid, I saw at least 25 and I felt attacked.
Oh my god. You know that Mega One has been fucking getting himself kicked out of almost everywhere he goes.
Of course. I'm going to be the last vestige for it. And I think a little bit of friction in chat goes a long ways for those sort of engagement metrics. Fucking, you want to get chat riled up. Chat will, like, if I'm sitting here just talking, chat will be like, partially engaged. You put a chud in chat, watch what happens.
They all jump in.
Yeah, I'm all for it. A little bit of friction goes a long ways. You got to have something to, rub up against.
Exactly, Rabbit. Yeah, exactly, Adia. Tell them. Where's your sources? And yes, by the way, I, as an indigenous person, MAGA, believe in MAGA. Make America great again. Yes, let's go back to the time before the first contact, and America will be great again, yes.
I mean,
I fully agree.
MAGA, do you understand how you shot yourself in the foot with that argument? You could have made that argument. You could have made like a noble savage myth argument. And then you decided to like charge into the void with communal torture and cannibalism. Like if you had literally chopped half of that off and just left your like blatant xenophobia and racism bullshit off of the last half of it, you know, for people to say that the natives were perfect people and the whites were bad people only is false. Like, you could have made that argument, but you're clearly not attempting to make a reasoned, nuanced argument. What you're attempting to do is color the indigenous population in a particular way and work from this other angle entirely and make a bad faith argumentation. And so you decided to go out on the limb, and, well, then now you're getting asked for sources.
Turtle Island.
Yes, Odd Jam, that is true. In fact, was that earlier in this stream? We talked about, was it Dean Russell? We literally specifically talked about I read the passage that was the first iteration of using libertarian in replacement of in replacement of liberal, and then the Murray Rothbard picking up the Dean Russell quote and running with it. I wasn't really speaking to you, I know you just walked in. But yeah, no, we spoke directly about the history of that terminology.
And fictional, it wasn't just a whole country. It was literally North, Central, and South America was all called Turtle Island. Literally, from top to bottom, all called Turtle Island.
You didn't read this, did you? You posted something without reading it.
Of course he didn't read it. He just skimmed it real quick. Hey, Arjo, it's getting there. It's getting there. I can't wait till I get up enough to be able to get myself the new setup here, so it'll be nice instead of looking like this old crap shit that I have right now. You'll have to sub for that article.
Wait. Rabbit. What the fuck are you saying? Cannibals weren't a thing anywhere except Western Europe? I'm sorry. New Guinea, Solomon, Papua, Melanesia. Just saying. It was well documented. Fiji, Congo. That's the ones I know off the top of my head. Yeah,
New Zealand had some of that. I think maybe some of that in like the Pacific Islanders ways, but not all of them. I think the Mayans kind of had a little bit of that, or Aztecs, but not really. But as it stands, like Northern Turtle Island, or so-called the United States and Canada, the indigenous people didn't really have cannibalism.
Oh, in North Korea. There were reports during the Great Starvation that it happened in North Korea. I've never seen like hard data on that one, but I mean, that seems like something you might do in a crisis.
Oh, wow, Rabbit. That part I didn't know. Jeez. Western European doctors prescribed the blood of hanged prisoners to cure syphilis and epsilon.
And I know the Congo one was more than a funerary one. It was defeated warriors. Like, right? Wasn't that the Congo was with like Serb Arab sort of thing?
No, the Mohawks were not flesh eaters.
Let me look that up. No, not Serb. Swahili? Yeah, it's an S. My brain is mush after like 6 hours.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, venison is flesh, my guy. Exactly. I've often wondered, all the Mohawks that I have ever met have not once ever told me about how they used to eat. They used to be cannibals.
Yeah, and I mean, there are quite a few reports. I'm like Congo Free State versus the Swahili Arab city-states in eastern Congo. There were reports of widespread cannibalization of bodies after of defeated Arab combatants. So that's a thing too. Just saying. But whatever this fucking document they published or they posted, like, they clearly didn't read it.
Of course not. They skimmed over it, seen something that relatively suited what their ideology they're trying to push is.
I mean, it like, it doesn't even help them. Like, it clearly, like, I love it when people.
Look at the source of Iroquois from, and it's not even from an actual valid source.
Interesting. Yeah, it's a fascinating look. Let's see. Hey, there's a JSTOR.
I mean, Lynx, you've been around a lot of Mohawk people, right?
Did you?
Did you what?
All right, so who is this guy? I'm just gonna copy this entire title. And there's the PDF.
Any stories of Mohawks being cannibals with their Ojibwe neighbors? Or Anishinaabe neighbors?
Is this guy even? I mean, he's at least a credentialed anthropologist, and I can say that at least. Professor Emeritus at where? Where is this guy? He's Canadian, Waterloo.
Well, that explains it. Let us not forget, people, that some of these so-called scientists and shit were actually endorsed by the government to cop up all kinds of fucking bullshit stories to perpetrate the narrative. Just saying.
And see, this is a refutation of somebody else who states that the Iroquois did not practice ritualized cannibalism. So this is literally like a balanced scale right now. There's another author who has all of the Jesuit relation records that says there's not the historical record does not support a case for the Iroquois anthropophagy, cannibalism. And then this guy says there is. Okay. It just... Who is...
Right, Pops? Right?
What are the credentials of the guy who wrote this?
It's the same thing of, you remember when they were telling us a while back, these government environmental whatever, were all telling us about how global warming and all this stuff is fucking bullshit, it's not true, while other scientists were saying the total opposite.
Academic review, subsequent reception. I mean, all right, and then fucking, what's douchebags fucking, what's this guy's fucking name? Thomas S. Abler. Jesus Christ, he doesn't even have a Wikipedia entry for his book or his fucking name. Whereas William Ahrens, who wrote... Jesus Christ. That is the definition of a sketchy source.
Yep.
That is the definition of a sketchy source. Just because it's published in JSTOR doesn't mean it carries any water. And it most assuredly doesn't pass the sniff test.
Yeah. Right, Ace? Right? But remember, they were running around telling everybody, global warming's nonsense. It's not going to happen. We're looking at thousands of years more before we'll ever see anything of it. Meanwhile, those of you who live in warmer climate areas, take a look out your window and tell me if you see snow. Global warming doesn't necessarily mean the exact of warming. It just means that the whole entire fucking planet's climate is changing drastically and not for the good.
JSTOR just collects other publications, right? Sorry. JSTOR is, an aggregation system. They call themselves a non-profit library for academic texts. But the truth of the matter is they may be non-profit, but they charge up the ass for access to it. Was that where we're calling them STS. That just clicked. Squid. We're just calling them STS now. I get it. No, they both have PhDs. Be over. They both have credentials. They're both credentialed anthropologists with PhD level CVs. One of them had access to deep historical records via the Jesuits, and that would be Aaron, William or Aren, whatever his fucking name is. And The other one is a Canadian anthropologist who, I mean, did he ever even leave Canada? I mean, other than going down to Wisconsin for his master's. Illinois, Wisconsin. Did this fucker ever go anywhere else? No, he really didn't. Meanwhile, Aren fucking did his shit all over. I mean, his PhD research was done in Tanzania, Africa. Like, this guy studied this topic on a global scale. His field work in rural community in '68 was born of the locals calling him using the Swahili term meaning bloodsucker. It was due to the belief that in the community that Europeans would collect the blood of Africans whom they killed, convert it into red pills, and consume it. And so it created this lifelong sort of fascination with this. And I mean, he's highly credentialed as well, but he seems to have a global perspective on it, not just a I've lived in Canada and the US perspective. What was his thesis? Yeah.
Exactly right. Throw down that evidence that shows Native Americans invaded Europe and genocides 90% of the population. Yeah. Show us those stats.
What do I have? Oh, Lagerson, thank you for the follow, by the way.
That makes me laugh.
We could barely cross the ocean. You hear the early stories of what a transatlantic ocean crossing was like for Europeans. They're lucky they fucking made it.
The Pacific Islanders crossed the whole entire oceans, bruh. Sorry. They actually did that. They were actually, if you look at it historically, and factually, they probably were actually the very first people to ever come into contact with natives or Native Americans, as you would put it. Sorry.
Dude, how do you not know about... You know what? Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. I don't know why I'm...
He doesn't know. It's weird. It's like, how do you not know this? Oh my God.
Oh, Humdinger's live. Oh, they're not actually live, though.
Yeah, Google it maybe, and maybe you might find out. Oh, no, wait. That would beat your narrative that you're being brainwashed into sitting here and spouting away like you actually think you know something when you don't know anything. Damn.
Wait. I want to see if we could come to a conclusion, right? Or at least a reconciliation, right? How about
exactly.
How about hey, stop the steal. Stop the steal. This seems to be tied up in like your ethno identity of some sort. How about if we agree that human beings are shit? Doesn't matter. Human beings are shit. Can we go that way? Is that a compromise you can get on board? Or is this tied up in your identity so much that you need someone to be a lesser being than you? Just trying to see. Okay.
Natives never say that we're not the same as white people, you dumb fuck. Why do you think we always sit back and like, look at, I'm sitting right here. I'm a native. This guy sitting there on your screen that you see is a white person.
No, I'm not. Don't call me white.
And we're sitting. Well, you know what I mean.
I refuse the term now. Yep.
We're like sitting here.
I don't think it was okay for the Romans to genocide the Celts in Central Europe. All right, so it is. Oh, I need to close that. Yeah, I need to close that. Yeah, that's what we're gonna do. Wait, where's my? Jesus Christ, I'm lost in my own fucking browser windows
Land
and
was
shit.
stolen. That's why. After treaties were signed, they went back, and either on the way back or when they got to Congress, they changed it around without the verification or even the okay of the indigenous tribes and nations that they made treaties with. They broke them. That's why. It is legally.
Yeah, well, Baylor. All right. So here's what we're gonna do. Fucking A. Dude, even my dexterity is starting to fucking drop. My dex score has a debuff on it. All right. We're gonna queue that up.
Oh, are we? We're gonna bug Cat now.
Yeah.
We'll send it to Cat.
Because I would have to stream another 4 hours to drag my average up to the 75 mark. So that's not gonna happen. So I've been on for like 6:45 now. Sue, thanks for being here towards the end. Everybody else, kaisthings.com, KISthings.com. We're gonna raid out to Cat, and those of you who don't know him, them, him, he doesn't care. Cat doesn't give a shit. Cat is a gender nihilist, as we all should be. Fuck gender, who gives a shit?
See you, everyone.
Cat's playing Minecraft right now. Fellow leftist, show him some love. Let's go over there. Till Monday. I'm off the weekends. Hope you guys are as well as you can be. Till next time. Oh, fuck that stream.
Like slowly but surely over time, I don't have to move. Holy fuck.
You just took him from 2 to 8 to 84.
Yeah, fuck it. I'm talking to you.
Nice.